Oh wait, is my sound on? Yeah, it is. It's on. Desktop audio. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. This will be interesting. Hopefully this didn't clip. On to... For having caught on that she intended to not be open about her true nature. And that was enough for Ganyu to trust Amber. And why is this over here? Oh, I need to go down a little bit. Where's the cursor? Where's the cursor? There it is. How loud is that? The moon radiated a ghostly glow. Okay, this is going to be interesting. Hello, that one guy. That's a name I've never seen around here. Unless it's another person under a different name. I think I need to go down one more. Simplify -1. That looks about right. Hopefully that's not too bad. For having caught on. Nope, that's perfect. Alright, let's do this. Okay, so first things first, I need to give it 6 seconds. I think I started way too early. Or that could be the right timing. That could be the perfect timing. Looks about right. Need to sort this whole situation out. There we go. Okay. This will be interesting. So I remember at the start of this one, I didn't have too much problems. The moon radiated a ghostly glow upon the streets of Mondstadt as Ganyu made her way back to Angel's Share. The previous hours had been of nothing but walking from door to door of each house that occupied a Mondstadt citizen, and while Amber's strength had been spent at the end, Ganyu's was far from even wavered down. As an Adeptus, her physical strength was much more durable than a human's, meaning she could walk for miles and still feel no wear on her muscles. While she didn't look strong, her age and experience of years of war, knowledge, and roaming the Mount of Leeway said otherwise. Something Amber hadn't been aware of, seeing Ganyu had told her about the horns atop her head were nothing more than decorative props. By now, Seeing Ganyu had told her that the horns atop her head were nothing more than decorative props. Okay, hang on a second. Something Amber hadn't been aware of, seeing Ganyu had told her that the horns atop her head were nothing more than decorative props. I do not know why that is so loud. I do know why, but I toned it down quite a bit. By now, Ganyu was aware that her attempts of cloaking her Adeptus nature were useless. By now, Ganyu was aware that her It'll go down when I add the EQ, so. By now, Ganyu was aware that her attempts of cloaking her Adeptus nature were useless, but was relieved that her company had just bought her excuse. Even though it was dead obvious that Amber knew it was a lie. In the end, Ganyu... Okay, bring that out. Even though it was dead obvious that Amber knew it was a lie. In the end, Ganyu could respect her sidekick for having caught on that she attended... In the end, Ganyu could respect her sidekick for having caught on that she didn't... Jesus Christ. In the end, Ganyu could respect her sidekick for having caught on that she attended... In the end, Ganyu... Okay, pull that back first. Ganyu could respect her sidekick for having caught on to... for having... Okay, I need to figure out where that cuts. That works. Okay, and this goes for a long time, so we're just gonna kind of push forward a little bit. For having caught on that she intended to not be open about her true nature, and that was enough for Ganyu to trust Amber. Okay. It wasn't her sidekick for having caught on that she intended to not be open about her true nature, and that was enough for Ganyu to trust Amber. Okay. It wasn't... Oh, I need to go down a little bit. Where's the cursor? It wasn't because she was ashamed of her true self, but more as a way to prevent people from judging or begging her for guidance as if she was a goddess with powers that could alter fate. The latter was the more... Is this too loud? Cause I know what happened. Somehow my Audacity recording volume got turned up way too high. And I don't know why it was turned up high. Yeah, that's an old funny video. I still believe that butterflies was worse than cupcakes. The latter was the more clear reason. Seeing humans expected to be blessed by the gods out of pity and arrogance when they can't find answers for themselves. It was part of their nature, and back when Ganyu had Oh shit, that's so close. Bring that back a little bit, bring that back a little bit. Gods out of pity and arrogance when they can't find answers for themselves. It was part of their nature. And back when gods out of pity and arrogance, when they can't find answers for themselves. That's fine. It was part of their nature. And back when Ganyu had still resided in the mountains, she constantly had found herself in said situation. Really, too quiet. In said situation. Okay. Where's my desktop audio sitting? Hang on, let me look at that. In said situation. Working at Yuehai Pavilion, out of the eyes of strangers, gave her an escape from the constant harassment. Better? But it also wore her down to a certain degree. However, if she had in said situation, working at Yuehai Pavilion, out of the eyes of strangers, gave her an escape from the constant harassment, but it also wore her down to a certain degree. That's good. However, if she had to pick her poison, she'd definitely choose working endlessly. The arrogance of humans was definitely a worse choice. The arrogance of humans was definitely a worse choice. The arrogance of humans was definitely a worse choice, and she didn't feel like getting called names and being bullied by people who couldn't see past their own rear end. Now, she was at the mercy of fate, searching for answers while amongst the people of Mondstadt. She was thankful that nobody had taken interest in her, minus her new mysterious partner. Minus her new mysterious business. I know there's a mouth noise in there. Right there? Yep, right there. Okay, minus is very, very loud. Minus her new mysterious partner. Minus her new mysterious business partner. Nobody had taken interest in her, minus her new mysterious business partner. He was clearly... Minus her new mysterious business partner. An interest in her, minus her new mysterious business partner. He was clearly well versed in the differences between Liwei's culture and Mondstadt's, seeing he'd guessed her to be from Liwei just... He was clearly well versed in the differences between Liwei's culture and Mondstadt's, seeing he'd guessed her to be from Liwei just based off of her clothing. Just because of that reason alone, Ganyu knew that she had to think carefully before speaking in this meetup. This man was an expert at reading and judging people, and Ganyu couldn't risk giving information away that was critical to the mission she was on. She burned that into her mind as she approached the back of the tavern. No. She burned that into her mind as she approached. It was critical to the mission she was on. She burned that into her mind as she approached the back of the tavern, finding the bartender resting lazily against the back door of the building. "You made it," he said. "Good. Now we can get to business." Alright, down we go. Come on, bitch. Make sure Audacity's playing nice.
This is where I caught it.
Oh yeah, we're fine. Why is that so high? Oh my god. Hang on a second.
This is where I noticed the peaking was going on.
Holy peaks, gee. Okay, now that the recording thing is fixed. Test, 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 test. The moon radiated.
Okay. That was just a test.
Now we can get to business. Ganyu wasn't sure how to feel, but just to be... Let me double check on that, make sure that's correct. Oh, I need to go back a chapter. So I need to go back a chapter real quick. That would have been chapter 4. So, that would be a little ways down. Now we can get to business. Okay, that is right. Now we can get to business. Ganyu wasn't sure how to feel, but just to be safe, she remained attentive, should this whole meeting go south. Excuse me. Whenever I have work to work on, we can get to business. Ganyu wasn't sure how to feel, but just to be safe, she remained attentive, should this whole meeting go south. Her main weapon was her bow, but she was very well trained in defensive and offensive combat as well, and had used said tactics plenty of times in her lifetime to escape dangerous situations. I need to go up. Oh, okay. I trust that anything regarding our... Okay. I gotta remember Diluc's voice. I trust that anything regarding our agreement was kept out of your conversation with the...
Okay, let's do this. Something like that.
Time to escape dangerous situations.
Okay.
I trust that anything regarding our agreement... Back... times in her lifetime to escape dangerous situations. I trust that anything regarding our agreement was kept out of your conversation with the acting Grandmaster? He added. Yes. Ganyu assured, nodding her head. We only spoke of the reason I came here, and came to a conclusion on how to resolve it. The man nodded his head. Interesting. But I have no interest in the conclusion, only the details of why you came here in the first place. He clarified bluntly. Ganyu decided to keep the details to a minimum to avoid spilling anything that could affect the resolution. Resolution? Yeah.
Okay.
That could affect the resolution. I need to figure out where that is. Gotta do some... Okay, so that's Ganyu's lines. You can tell when hers are on. Resolution. The details of why you came... Okay, there's him. Resolution. I think that could affect the resolution. Resolution? Yeah. I think I can just cut right there and... that could affect the resolution Jean had come up with. Spilling anything that could affect... Spilling anything that... God, I hate when this happens. Something like this, maybe? Anything that could affect... Anything that could affect... Avoid spilling anything that could affect the resolution Jean had come up with. No. That's not gonna work. That could affect the resolution. The resolution. The resolution. So just take something like this and put it like right there. Affect the resolution Jean had come up with. Affect the resolution Jean had come up with. No, affect the you can actually hear that. That could affect the Okay, where's the affects the solution. There we go. That's more like it. Affects the resolution Jean had come up with. Anything that could affect the resolution Jean had come up with.
There we go.
Is this gone? You. Alright. Pulls back. Yes, well, to put it straight, as of yesterday night, Leeway Harbor was attacked and sunk into the ocean by an enemy unlike anything that we'd ever... Jesus. And sunk into the ocean by an enemy unlike anything that we'd ever... Leeway Harbor was attacked and sunk into the ocean by an enemy unlike anything that we'd ever... And sunk into... Okay, that's gonna be tough to get. And sunk into... Harbor was attacked and sunk into the ocean by an... Harbor was attacked and sunk into the ocean by an...
By. So let's start from by.
And sunk into the ocean by an enemy... And sunk into the ocean by an enemy unlike any...
Enemy. Okay, let's start from enemy. Enemy!
Enemy unlike... By an enemy unlike anything that we'd ever faced.
That'll work.
In the process, my coworker was also severely injured, and my boss was killed. No. In the process, my coworker was... In the process...
Okay, it's in the process. So that's the entire thing.
In the process, my coworker was severely injured, and my boss was killed by said enemy.
I like the other take better.
By an enemy unlike anything that we'd ever faced. In the process, my coworker was severely injured, and my boss was killed by said enemy.
Oh, that's better. That's better.
Her partner showed intrigue, but knew there was more to be said. Okay. I do not know why that was so goddamn high. Weird.
Okay, I'm not sure what this is supposed to be, but...
Let me make sure it's being nice. Yes, we're about the right angle. Yeah. I must have actually accidentally turned it up or something. Now, no. Be said. That is something indeed. He commented. Now, let me be clear. I know who you really are, as much as who your coworker is, and who your boss was. Ganyu flinched at that, but for some reason felt as if she had nothing to fear. Upon his next comment, she knew she could be open with this man on anything. Push that back. Upon his next comment, she knew she could be open with this man on anything regarding the tragic event she was in Mondstadt for. Allow me to drop any skepticism you may have about me, seeing if we're going to work together, we can't have any distrust towards one another. He started. My name is Diluc. I am one of your boss's best partners regarding wine profiting. Ganyu immediately recognized the name, seeing she'd seen it multiple times in documents that had met the center of her desk. No. Seeing she'd seen it multiple times in Pull that back. Ganyu immediately recognized the name, seeing she'd seen it multiple times in documents that had met the center of her desk. All of her nerves rested, and all of her anxiety lifted from her body, knowing she had nothing to fear. Ah, Sir Diluc of One... No. I kept messing up here. I've been doing this long enough to where I'm just used to my voice by now. Like, it doesn't matter. Been doing this for 6 years. Almost 7. Ah! Sir Diluc of One Dinery? No. Ah! Sir Diluc of Dawn Winery. There we go. Ah! Sir Diluc of Dawn Winery. Ganyu confirmed. It's a pleasure. I apologize for my secrecy, but I couldn't speak on the matter at hand to some stranger. No. But I couldn't speak of the matter at hand to some stranger. But I couldn't speak on the matter at hand to some stranger. No.
That would work too.
But I couldn't speak of the matter at hand to some stranger. Okay, pull that back. I apologize for my secrecy, but I couldn't speak of the matter at hand to some stranger.
Okay, that's fine.
Diluc held a hand up. A mild chuckle following the gesture as us showing that he understood. Okay, bring that back. Diluc held a hand up. A mild chuckle following the...
Oh god, no. Oh god, no. We are not dealing with those. Yeah, no. Not happening.
Held a hand up. A mild chuckle following the gesture as us showing that he understood.
Hopefully that's correct.
Yeah, that's right. My brain tends to just drop for 5 seconds. For some reason. Hopefully that didn't peak. I don't think it did. It didn't hurt my ears. Bring that back. You are smart to do so, Ganyu of the Jising. He complimented. I was simply testing you to be sure that you really were who I suspected.
And there goes that.
I was simply testing you to be sure that you really were who I suspected. Congratulations. You passed. Ganyu smiled as an answer, to which Diluc took as an assurance to continue. Now, back to the matter at hand. No. Now, back to the matter at hand. Diluc started. Pull this back. Now, back to the matter at hand. Diluc started. Though I have revealed my true identity, and we have a better understanding that any bit...
shit. You gotta be kidding me.
And we have a better understanding. And we have a better under...
It freaking broke for a minute. Okay.
You said they were unlike...
Alright, so I need to figure out what's missing here.
And we have a better understanding.
We have a better understanding.
And we have a better understanding that any business between us is still to remain hidden from the knights. Is that understood?
Okay, up to... Is that understood? Okay. That's fine. I'm not angry at all. I'm just... Yeah. Alright. This happens sometimes. It's no big deal. I'm sure it feels blah, 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 blah. Okay, I need to... So that believe... Oh, God. Average enemy. No, back to the matter at hand. Though I have revealed my true identity, we have a better understanding of one another. And we have a true understanding. Okay, so right here. Up to is that understood? It's fine. Luckily, D-Luke's one of the easier ones to do. So that's a relief. Alright. Okay. Alright. This tends to happen. It's fine. Okay. And we have a better understanding about one another. I want to make it clear that any business between us is still to remain hidden from the knights. Perfect. Like I said, Diluc's pretty easy to do. Like, he's not difficult. Very simple voice. Alright. Control C. Control V. Let me double check that. And we have a Yep. Control V. And we have a better understanding about one another. I want to make it clear that any business between us is still to remain hidden from the knights. The knights. Your identity. And we have a better understanding about one another. I want to make it clear that... Okay, anyways. What I need to do... I need to up that a little bit. So give that... 1. So let's do that. And then we need to do something like this. Noise reduction. Get noise profile. Control R. And build my true identity. And we have a better understanding about one another. I want to make it clear. Okay, pull that back. I've revealed my true identity. And we have a better understanding about one another. I want to make it clear that any business between us is still to remain hidden from the knights. That's perfect. Is that understood? Continue then. Oh boy, here we go. Understood. Continue then. Understood. Understood. Continue then. Oh god, here we go. How many fuck-ups are there? Let's start with this enemy. You said they were unlike anything, and you proceeded with explaining the same details that she'd given to Jean, being sure not to leave out an expression on his face that had matched Jean's. Heavy thought and focus. Okay. A Fatui soldier who can absorb elemental energy and move as fast as a flash of lightning. This is truly something I've never faced nor am aware of in the Fatui's ranks. D-Luke confirmed. Same goes for the symbol you mentioned. Okay. So what am I missing here? Let's start with this enemy. You said they were unlike anything, and you proceeded with explaining the same details that she'd given to Jean, being sure not to leave out an expression on his face that had matched Jean's. Heavy thought and focus. Heavy thought and focus. Okay. It's a little frustrating, but it's okay. Not my first run of the mill. Alright, let's see. Alright, we may continue then. So I gotta record all this again. Let's see. We're gonna proceed with the same details. Gave to Jean. Heavy thought and focus. Okay, so that's not too bad. That's not too bad. That's not the end of the world. Alright. I need to put the volume just a little higher than that. Okay. Is that understood? Ganyu nodded as an assurance. All right, we may continue then. Let's start with this enemy. You said they were unlike anything you have faced in the past. Explain how they are different from the average enemy. Ganyu proceeded with explaining the same details she'd given to Jean, being sure not to leave out anything. At the end of it, D-Luke had an expression on his face that had matched Jean's. Heavy thought and focus. One take. Wow, that is rare. That is rare. You rarely ever see that happen with me. Alright, let's see here. Okay, where are we starting? Is that understood? There we go. Okay, think about right there. Repeat. Can I control R here? Oh, I don't have past effect? Huh? Okay, that's weird. Alright, anyways. We need to get this. Not that. Just a little piece. Effect. Noise reduction. Get noise profile. I'm glad that I caught this before the heater decided to kick on. Control R. Right there. Control C. And Control V. Remain hidden from the knights. Is that understood? Ganyu nodded as an assurance. See, it's like nothing even happened. All right, we may continue then. Let's start with this enemy. You said they were unlike anything you have faced in the past. Explain how they are different from the average enemy. Ganyu proceeded with explaining the same details she'd given to Jean, being sure not to leave out anything. At the end of it, D-Luke had an expression on his face that had matched Jean's. Heavy thought and focus. Okay. Heavy thought and focus. Okay, where are we? A Fatui soldier who can absorb elemental energy and okay. That. And push this up just a little bit. Bring that back. Saved. Alright. This happened last time, so I'm not really worried about it. Ow. I'm curious, what is your opponent OC's one on the channel better name and what is his backstory? Hold that thought. I need to use the bathroom. Okay. Okay, to put it into a brief explanation, my OC's name is Inky Hearts, and his story is basically that he was born with a cutie mark that is part of a curse that came from his father. His father was an embodiment of like darkness. Like he had a darkness in his soul that basically he wanted to get rid of, so he tried to basically one night stand a girl and give the baby the curse instead, but it didn't work. It just made it worse. Like he gave another being the same exact thing and he kept his. So basically Inky was born with a curse and destined to basically be an embodiment of evil for the rest of his life.
But with the curse came talents as well. He could do telekinesis, even though he's an earth pony. He could read minds. He could... I'm trying to think. It's been a long time. He was very smart and could, be... He was like... He had like the knowledge of Einstein, basically, by the time he was a full... Or not full, but like a... occult, basically young age. But because of his talents and all that stuff, he was outcast. Like, he's like the scary guy who lives in the mansion. Oh, I missed one other thing. Oh, he also has the ability to, like, write... Like, I base him a lot off of me. He can write great stories, but he also has the ability to bring them to life. So... But, yeah, he basically grew up as an outcast. He was always rated an outcast because he was different. Like, the ponies shunned him and people were afraid of him because of what he could do. Then he found love. And he didn't want help, but basically he found someone who could kind of relate to him. So, long story short, they basically became best friends, and she helped him to control his powers. Up until the day when people fucked up, and basically his past came back to haunt him. Like, he could never rid himself of the curse. When he just started to get back into society and, like, seem normal, he did not... This doesn't take place in the same universe. This is, like, in another town. Like, in a totally different area. It's in Povania. That's what I call it. And, basically... He snapped. Like, it's kind of like the Hulk. Think of it that way. Like, his darkness just got powerful again, and people threatened to kill his wife. And she did get stabbed in the stomach, but luckily it missed the baby. So, like, his wife was pregnant this time. So, he unleashed the wrath of God on the town. Basically, he went berserk, was like floating and destroying everything. It was like his full power had just unleashed. Then he found a ray of light in the crowds of the ponies and left Povania after he realized that he's just a danger to everybody, including his family. So his wife had the baby. It was healthy, but just like with the father of Inky, he carried the curse with him. His name was what? Bolden Hearts or something like that? And basically, his father kept in touch with him in secrecy. Like, telling him to just, take care of his mom and don't, like, make the same mistakes he did. But in reality, well, there was another whole story I was going to write, but I decided to just not. But basically how it would go was he left to carry on his life, and he tried to basically keep the darkness under control using what his wife taught him, but eventually it would get to a point to where it couldn't be controlled anymore. So who would he go to try and figure out what the hell is going on? His father. His father is a drunk piece of shit that basically uses alcohol to keep his darkness at bay. Like, he's constantly drunk, he's not thinking straight, so the darkness can't take him over. And eventually, basically, Inky has to sacrifice himself to rid the darkness completely. Like, he has to sacrifice himself and basically rid the curse once and for all so that his family can go on and live normal. That's basically his story. I based him off of me because I have a disability. I was able to read, like, novels by the time I was in, like, first grade. Like, novels way beyond my level of reading at my age. I've always been talented at writing. That's what his key mark kind of represents. Like, he has the ability to write good stories, but he can also bring them to life. Oh, one other detail I left out was that at a young age, his mother ended up getting, raped by someone he absolutely hated, and that's when his, like, powers came to light. Like, he basically used, like, Have you ever seen the movie Matilda? Like, those are the kind of powers we're talking when we say telekinesis. Like, he shut all the doors and killed those fuckers. He murdered them. Because he basically went into the mode that you see later on when he endangers his family. But he's not aware of it. So he just kind of wanted to leave a nice and... He just wanted to kind of live a nice, peaceful, private life. But eventually, he had to face the music. Anyways. Files... Oh, I did save. Okay. A Fatui soldier who can absorb elemental energy and move as fast as a flash of lightning. This is truly something I've never faced nor am aware of in the Fatui's ranks. D-Luke confirmed. Same goes for the symbol you mentioned. Never have the Fatui had a separate group of super soldiers that are capable of such abilities. So either we are dealing with some form of a new creation. Okay, anyways. I need to focus here. There we go. Never have the Fatui had a separate group of super soldiers that are capable of such abilities. So either we are dealing with some form of a new creation, or the Tsaritsa herself has an... Okay, I need to back up a little bit. Or the Tsaritsa herself has an... Or the Tsaritsa herself has initiated some phase of her plan to reset Tevat entirely. That back. Or the Tsaritsa herself has initiated some phase of her plan to reset Tevat entirely. And part of it is unleashing this group. And part of it is unleashing this group of lethal... And part of it is unleashing... I was getting mad. And part of it is unleashing this group of lethal assassins. There we go. Okay. Why could I not say unleashing for fucking sakes? Oh shit, I went down too far. Where are you? There you go. So, you can believe that that attack wasn't the last as well? Ganyu questioned. Okay, bring that back. Okay, how far are we? Assassins. So I gotta pull that portal. So, you can believe that attack wasn't... Or back a little bit. There we go. Assassins. So, you can believe that attack wasn't the last as well? Nope, too close. About that. Of lethal assassins. So, you can believe that attack wasn't the last as well? Ganyu questioned. Yes. And that their targets are not just nations and their leaders. Why did I... Yes. And that their targets are not just nations and their leaders, but the Archons as well. D-Luke confirmed. In other words, the Tsaritsa plans to potentially eradicate the entirety... In other words, the Tsaritsa plans to potentially eradicate the entirety of Tevat by eliminating their greatest threats using this posse of deadly assailants. Ganyu gulped. Finding D-Luke's assumption sensible. Thank you. Ganyu gulped. Finding D-Luke's assumption sensible. Okay, yeah, I knew I already took that. Celestiary, the royal character known as the dangerous key. I see, carry on. Oh my, this is this. Finding D-Luke's assumption sensible. Why else would they be attacked? Why else would they be targeting leaders? Why else would they be targeting leaders specifically?
Back.
Why else would they be targeting leaders specifically? Because they were the biggest threat.
Back.
Because they were the biggest threat. If that's the case, then how do we stop it? No, that was way too cooching. If that's the case, then what do we do to stop it? Ganyu questioned, fear staining her tone. For now, you just stay quiet about our interaction. For now, you just stay quiet about our interaction and follow whatever the knights have.
And follow?
And follow.
Come on. Seriously.
About our interaction and follow whatever the knights have in mind.
Okay, there's a breath in there. Need to zoom in a little bit. Something like that. Pull that back.
Quiet about our interaction and follow whatever the knights have in mind.
That works.
He answered. In the meantime, I'll contact some connections about the matter at hand, seeing we need to find out if...
Okay, seems like I got it.
Seeing we need to find out if my assumption is correct before we do anything too hasty. If we move too quickly, we could leave an opening that could cost lives in other nations' existence. Therefore, we must confirm that Therefore, we must confirm what their next act is in this potential plan to find a way. Therefore, we must first
I was getting mad.
Therefore, we must first confirm what their next act is in this potential plan to find an answer to stop them. This was the type of plotting Ganyu liked to see. No. This was the type of plotting Ganyu liked to see, and agreed. This was the type of plotting Ganyu liked to see, and agreed to the conditions. It was clear that Diluc knew how to properly handle a dire situation. No! It was clear that Diluc knew how to properly handle a dire situation, and right now, he was clearly her best ally.
Okay, just need to make sure that that wasn't a double take.
It was clear that Diluc knew how to properly handle a dire situation, and right now, he was clearly her best ally. Alright, I will follow the Knights of Favonia's plan for now, while you figure out what the next phase of action will be. Ganyu
Hold on, what did I say?
I will follow the Knights of Favonia's plan for now, while you figure out what the next phase of action will be. Ganyu agreed.
That was so choppy.
Alright. I will follow the Knights of Favonia's plan for now, while you figure out what the next phase of action will be.
Okay, I know I can fix that. So let's grab this. No. Control C. Go to where it cuts.
While you
Control V.
Follow the Knights of Favonia's plan for now, while you figure out what the next phase of action will be.
Now it sounds better.
Ganyu agreed. Good. For now, our business is concluded, Ganyu of the Qixing. I'll update you via a letter in a couple of days. So please watch your mailbox for a letter with a wax seal that carries an imprint of a boar. That'll be how our business will remain confidential. Ganyu nodded. but before her departure, had one last question.
One more thing, Sir Diluc.
Diluc.
One more thing, Sir Diluc.
That back.
One more thing, Sir Diluc. One more thing, Sir Diluc.
That works. That sounds more forceful.
One more thing, Sir Diluc.
What is it?
He replied. What about my... What about my coworker? Is our business to remain hidden from her as well?
Ganyu confirmed. For now. Diluc answered. Shall things get more drastic, only then will the Yuhong need to be involved in our meetings. Okay. Ganyu nodded, turning to leave in the other direction. Ganyu nodded. Okay, stop for a minute. Ganyu nodded, turning to leave in the other direction. She processed everything she'd been told by her new secret accomplice, her stomach turning in knots. If the assumed plan that Diluc had processed was the actual truth, things were about to get even more chaotic. She hadn't been able to stop one, so was there even a chance of winning against these supposed assailants? Another critical problem in the air at the moment was the absence of Rex Lapis and the Adepti. Okay, I know I get pissed right here. Another critical problem in the air at the moment was the absence of Rex Lapis and the Adepti. Had they faced the same fate as Ningguang and Liyue Harbor? That was something she didn't even want to think about. But she couldn't lie to herself either. It was clear that there was peril afoot. But until she knew for sure, she'd just have to wait. A wait she wasn't sure she could handle. Perfect. Okay, so break right there. I know this is random, but on the topic of OCs of made first team there is a literal character in Dungeons and Dragons with that name. I only know that because I play Magic the Gathering, and there was a Dungeons and Dragons set, and Tiamat was one of the big ones. Tiamat. I don't know if that is a reference or something, but this is what I'm talking about. It's one of the best cards in the set, actually. I think it's probably one of the most expensive too. I didn't really look at the price. Currently, that can't be right. Market price normal $8. Foil $11. Okay, that's not that bad. But yeah, that's Tiamat. This I can't play it because I don't have dragons based. Basically a dragon space basically deck, but I do have a the one that I'm running right now, which is the serpent one. I can't remember what the name of the commander's called. Coma. Oh. That's coincidence because I've never played Dungeons and Dragons. Neither have I. I want to try it, but I don't think I'd be that good at it. Honestly, I don't think I would. Alright, so anyways, let's make a little pause area. So just kind of all this. Then get the stuff. Make sure I don't delete anything. Like an idiot. Okay. Upon opening the door to her temporary abode, she wasn't even tired. So she decided to draw herself a bath. One fucking asshole that won't stop shutting up is the fucking Google Chrome notifications that need to shut the fuck up, and yeah, stop. Oh god, that was funny. Wasn't even tired. So she decided to draw herself a bath. One fucking asshole that won't stop shutting up is the fucking Google Chrome notifications that need to shut the fuck up, and yeah, stop. Don't know where that even starts again.
Oh my god.
Okay, I don't care, Google Chrome. Please leave me alone. Okay, I guess that's where I start. One difference between Leeway Harbor and Mondstadt's infrastructure to draw herself a bath. Nope, too close. Okay, I need to zoom in a little bit. Pull this forward a little bit, pull that back. Alliance with 3 ponies, their names are Cloud, Snowfall, and Mark. Interesting. One difference between Leeway Harbor and Mondstadt's... I should probably save. Probably a good idea. Save. One difference between Leeway Harbor and Mondstadt's infrastructure was that the water for the baths in Leeway Harbor was filtered straight from the springs of the mountains. What the hell did I say right there? Was that the water for the baths in Leeway Harbor was filtered straight from the springs of the mountains. Here, it was drawn from somewhere else. And that made Ganyu have second thoughts about her plan. Okay, alright. Down we go. Whoa, easy there, bucko. Clean mountain water was also... So, just a fair warning. There is a little bit of... I wouldn't say sexual-based stuff, but... How do I explain this? Like, if you can't handle the description of, like, a lady taking off her clothes and, like, the anatomy of a woman, I suggest you click away. It's nothing sexual. Thoughts about her plan. Clean mountain water was all she ever... Clean what? Clean mountain water was all she'd ever bathed in. So doing anything outside of that was enough to draw Ganyu outside of her comfort... So doing anything outside of that was enough to draw Ganyu outside of her comfort zone. If the gate to Mondstadt wasn't closed, pull that back. If the gate to Mondstadt wasn't closed, she would just go out and find a natural spring. But thus was the cruelty of life. Okay. She had found a lone box on the bed upon walking into her little home, the package having contained the extra clothes that Jean had promised her earlier. It hadn't been anything fancy, just some plain white t-shirt, just some plain white dress shirts that were made of a soft fabric, along with some beige pants that were loose to Ganyu's thin legs. What did I say there? Along with some beige pants that were loose to Ganyu's thin legs. Not exactly her preferred style of clothing, but it was better than smelling like a campfire. Then she paused, realizing that she had just confirmed that her body reeked of the essence of a simmering campfire. That settled it. After confirming she needed one, she decided to just take the bath, returning to... Hang on. That settled it. After confirming she needed one, she decided to just take the bath, returning to the wooden tub supported by a metal plate that extended past the length of the bottom of it. Below was a freshly made... I got mad.
I can see that cuss coming out.
Below that was a freshly spread out clutter of charcoals and wood, along with 2 pieces of flint set aside to spark a flame. If only I had a pyrovision.
Okay.
Ignoring her thoughts of starting an easy fire, she turns the single water tap and watched as a stream of clear and cool water began to pour and fill the wooden tub. While the water filled the tub, she returned to the base of the tub, grabbing the two chunks of flint and began to clack them together in hopes of
Okay, I gotta get that a little closer. Maybe that's right. Pull that back a little bit.
The 2 chunks of flint and began to clack them together in hopes of creating a spark of fire.
Stop for a minute. There we go. Now that should do it.
The 2 chunks of flint and began to clack them together in hopes of creating a spark of fire. Where are you?
Pull that back.
After about 10 good hits, the base of the wooden structure was ablaze with flames and slowly beginning to heat the metal plate to where it would then begin to heat the water. Ganyu was no stranger to starting a fire, having done it before on several occasions as a child and adult. During many missions Ningguang had sent her on, she'd had to start a fire.
Bring that back.
During many missions Ningguang had sent her on, she'd had to start a fire with two sticks to keep herself warm, so she was pretty familiar with the task at
Bring that back.
She'd had to start a fire with 2 sticks to keep herself warm, so she was pretty familiar with the task at this point. A pyrovision surely would have made things easier, but she had accepted her fate as a cryo user, so she just went with whatever she was given in a situation that required the task. Knowing her bath wouldn't be ready for a while, she returned to her provided bed and sat on the edge of it. Much had happened as of late, too much for her to comprehend, and taking just a moment to sit and think was a relief to her sanity. She had survived the Archon War, but only because of her lord Morax, but wasn't sure if she could handle another potential war. While Ningguang wasn't necessarily anybody she was close to, it still had been unbelievable that she was killed in 2 blows. Ningguang had always been a very strong and intelligent woman, so to even think she could be defeated and killed in 2 strikes was blasphemy. Come on, you fucker. Yet here she was.
Bring that back.
Yet here she was, somehow alive after said person was murdered, living with the traumatizing memories of their gruesome end. It was raw and living with the traumatizing memories of their gruesome end. It was raw and vivid, and only until she had this moment to stop and think did the emotions finally meet the surface. In a sudden culmination of emotions and trauma, Ganyu buried her head in her lap and began to cry violently. It wasn't just a quick fit of crying. She bawled and whined like she once had as a child after stubbing her toe on a rock while training with her adoptive mother. Except in this instance, Cloud Retainer wasn't there to comfort her in her soft and ancient wings. She was alone, stressed, sad, and scared.
The hell was that? Oh, that's my dad yelling at the dog.
She was alone, stressed, sad, and scared. Warm tears stained Ganyu's lap as she continued her fit of releasing her built-up emotion. Where's as? As she continued. Okay, so I gotta get closer than that. As she continued. Perfect. Okay, she looks like a normal changeling drone with bright purple eyes. She wears worn, damaged blue armor, green on her hose, and also has a tan scarf, and 2 saddlebags which are on her back with easy access. Most importantly, to make her stand out a bit more than from there, she has a mane and tail with a color scheme of dark purple and green. She even has spikes behind each of her legs. Sounds like a hybrid. As she continued her fit of releasing her built-up emotions. Her breaths rapid. Oh, I remember I had a hard time with this line. Her breaths rapid and causing her body to tremor. She cried for a long time, up until she finally stopped and couldn't cry any more tears. Her bath was done by the time she'd finished her sobbing, wiping her eyes clean and moving to the bath to turn the tap off. The room was slightly cool. I do not know why I struggled so badly here. I think I know why. It's just because my brain thinks ahead, and that's what causes most fuck-ups. So, it's just part of the job. The room was slightly cool due to the vent above, designed to provide ventilation for the fumes of fire, letting in some of the cool wind of the night air. Nonetheless, upon her fingers touching the water, it was a save. Hi, Mom. What's up?
Where's your cookies? Did you really hide them from me?
No.
Did you really hide them from me?
No, they're in plain sight. I swear, they're in plain sight.
The both are in the garbage can. That wasn't. I just got to
Parents. Anyways, it was a perfect temperature for her body. It was a perfect. Do not know why I was so short of breath. But I was. I think it was just my sitting posture. It was a perfect temperature for her bare body to handle. So she just proceeded to. So she proceeded to undress herself. First, she kicked off her shoes, setting them neatly off to the side, then following. Do not know why that happens, but setting them neatly off to the side, then following by slipping off her slick leggings, allowing her skinny legs and wide hips freedom of their confines. Confined, dumbass. Yes, I chastise myself. Allowing her skinny legs and... Hang on. Okay, is that all that there was left to... Yep. Okay, get that out. Leggings. Allowing her skinny legs and wide hips freedom of their confines. There we go. Alright, there we go. What is that? There we go. I imagine it's me going, or something. Whoa! Where did you get? Yep. Next, Next, she moved to her upper attire, gripping her shirt's base and lifting it up and over her head. Once her hair had made its way through the head hole of her attire, she tossed it to the side. No. She tossed it to the side, watching as it lazily met the floor. She tossed it to the side, watching as it lazily met the floor. Next came her... Why did I struggle so badly here? Next came her black silk bra, untying the knot holding it against the middle of her back and allowing the straps to graze down her arms slowly onto the floor. With her breasts now lazily... With her breasts now lazily resting against the flesh of her upper chest, she moved to her underwear, slipping it from its tight grip on her hips, past her thighs, slipping it from its tight grip on her hips, past her thighs, and down to the top of her feet. Kicking them from her... Kicking them from atop her toes, she moved to the last piece of binding that needed to be removed. Moving her hair to the front of her body, she freed it of her hair tie. She freed it of the hair tie holding it from complete freedom. She freed it of the hair tie holding it from complete freedom, allowing her icy blue locks to flow gracefully over her flesh. Okay. Her flesh. The entirety of her divine fleece shielded her entire back, rear, and even front chest. The entirety of her divine fleece shielded her entire back, rear, and even front chest. It's the main reason she kept it tied, seeing she was a warrior and needed her hair not to get snagged or pulled by obstacles. After all, she had only had it trimmed a few times in her entire life of over 1,000 years. After all, she had only had it trimmed a few times in her entire life of over 1,000 years, and had never gotten it caught on anything while fighting. That's something to be proud of. There we go. Now fully undressed, she proceeded to simmer out the blaze beneath the wooden... No. She proceeded to simmer out the blaze beneath the wooden tub. No, that's choppy. She proceeded to simmer out the blaze beneath the wooden tub using some of the water. The flames died down after 3 cupped handfuls of the liquid, allowing her to finally take the initiative to relax her bare body in the warm bathwater. She winced upon stepping into... Nope, I already know this lesson. Shut that up. Warm bathwater. She winced upon stepping into the clear and steamy concoction, but upon dousing her entire body into the practical mini hot spring, her body adapted and relaxed. She let out a long breath that exhumed all of her current stress and grief, allowing her mind and muscles to just go numb and drift away like a calm breeze. Ganyu just lay back for a long moment before dunking her head under the water, finding that the water, while not spring water, fucking hell. Finding that the water, while not spring water, naturally filled... Oh, I see now. Finding that the water, while not spring water naturally filtered from the peaks of Leeway, was very similar to mud. Was very similar to such. She was very glad that she decided to take this bath now, seeing it was what she had needed ever since that dreaded night. Under the water, it was as if she were being embraced by some sort of sensation that put her in a trance. As if she were standing in the sun. As if she were standing... Stop. As if she were standing in the sun in a place where there was nothing except happiness and peace. However, just like the spring, she knew she eventually had to rise. However, just like the spring, she knew she eventually had to rise to the surface and return to her reality of potentially lingering war on the horizon, along with the fact that she was homeless and unemployed. She knew she had to go back, but she envied every moment in that peaceful embrace underneath the water, a peace that lasted for over a minute's time until she finally had to breathe again, and ascended back to her cruel reality. She took in a deep breath upon resurfacing, moving her soaked, icy mane from her eyes, wiping them free of water, and opening them again.
Wow.
Okay. It had been nice while it had lasted, but Ganyu knew her paradise couldn't last forever. She laid back against the rim of the tub and took time to catch her breath again, her fleece acting like a practical soft bed against her back. She closed her eyes her fleece acting like a practical soft bed against her back.
That's fine.
She closed her eyes again, bathing in the steamy atmosphere and thinking about the following day to come. What
the hell was that?
And thinking about the following...
That was like rushed.
And thinking about the following day to come.
Hang on.
Atmosphere. And thinking about the following day to come. Atmosphere. And thinking about the
Okay. Guess I could pull that back just a little bit. Give it some room.
Atmosphere. And thinking about the following day to come.
Perfect.
If everything went according to plan, Kuching would be back to normal after the healing session, and that would most likely follow with her getting caught up to speed with the plans Jean has in mind.
Here we go. Here we go. Let's just skip past all this horse shit.
And that would most likely follow with her getting caught up to speed with the plans Jean has in mind. Oh my flipping... And that would most likely follow with her getting up... And that would most likely follow with her getting caught up to... And that would most likely follow with getting her caught up to speed with the plans Jean has in mind. Oh, for fucking hell!
I was so mad.
And that would most likely follow with her getting caught up to speed with the plans Jean has in mind. Upon the thought of Kuching...
Ah, Jesus.
Upon the thought of Kuching, Ganyu felt herself pause. She thought back to their discussion back at Wang Shu Inn, mainly the last part. Thank you for saving my life. I'll never forget that. Ganyu hadn't truly realized that she had indeed saved Kuching's life that night. Ganyu hadn't truly realized that she had indeed saved Kuching's life that night, mainly because there was too much going on in the midst of hellfire.
Okay.
Then, as she thought more about their interactions in the past days...
Hang on.
Fire.
Okay, yeah, that needs to come back quite a bit. Back.
In the midst of hellfire. Then, as she thought more about their interactions in the past days, she caught a few things. First was the fact that she had been open with her when she came to see her before leaving. Oh my god. First was the fact that she had been open with her when she came to see her before leaving Wang Shu Inn, even allowing her, and only her, to enter. Sure, she had did so to inform her of additional details needed for Ganyu's meetup with Jean. But why didn't she just tell Ver to tell her instead? It wasn't a trust issue, seeing Wang Shu Inn was a trusted source by the Qixing prior to Liyue Harbor's destruction. So, why just her? That was a good question. The Yuheng and her had not always been the most likely to get along, having different views about Morax and all the other gods in general. Usually the closest they'd get to a form of getting along is a case where they'd have no choice but to put their differences aside. Any other time, they'd always kept their distances, greeting one another with a wave or a smile. So, why so open and nice now? Then it clicked. Ganyu gasped at the realization, feeling guilty for her behavior towards Kuching ever since that night. She was scared. She was just as lost and sad as Ganyu was, and she was looking for someone to vent to, someone who understood her feelings. Where am I? After all, Liyue Harbor was her home too. Ganyu felt her heart twist at her naivety, feeling like a cold and cruel fool for not realizing the truth sooner. Rex Lapis above, Ganyu! You are a deluded fool. No. Rex Lapis above, Ganyu! You are a deluded fool. She chastised.
That's okay, I guess.
Rex Lapis above, Ganyu! You are a deluded fool. She chastised to herself, sighing heavily in guilt.
Hopefully that didn't get caught.
Sighing heavily in guilt. Okay, so if I just shut that up right there, I think we'll be fine. Heavily in guilt. Oops. Sighing heavily in guilt. How could...
Oh, I pulled it back.
Sighing heavily in guilt. How could I have been so stupid? She must feel so alone right now, and I treated her as if I didn't care about her feelings. To avoid waking any potential neighbors, she took a deep breath and did her best to calm down. The past was the past, and there was nothing she could do about it. Therefore, she thought about the next day and how she'd make up for her idiocy. I could treat her to a meal? No. I could treat her to a meal.
This is where voice acting gets hard. Like, where voice acting gets hard is where it gets to these kinds of lines where it's like they're conflicting themselves, or they're like in a conflict. Like, this is where it gets hard.
I could treat her to a meal, or is that not enough? What about a gift? No, that's clearly too much. Ganyu, you are literally a millennia old... Ganyu, you are literally a millennia old No. Ganyu, you are literally a millennia old Ganyu, you are literally a millennia old half-adeptus. Surely you can come up with something as simple as an apologetic gift. How loud was that?
That was fine.
Oh, come on, IDSD, don't do this to me. She chastised herself over and over, up until she was suddenly stopped by the sound of something she wasn't expecting. Knocking. Knocking.
Dum 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 dum.
Knocking.
Okay. Had to scroll down a little bit.
Knocking.
This is also where I had to add some comedy to the story because it was a little too dreadful.
Knocking. Could things get any more awkward?
1 minute.
Could things get any more awkward?
1 minute.
She alerted.
1 minute.
She
1 minute.
She alerted, not wanting some random Mondstadt citizen to walk in on her in her birthday suit. Working over the rim of the tub and quickly grabbing the provided towel off the rack. No. She worked over the rim of the tub and quickly grabbed the provided towel off the rack. Her thick locks caused the floor to become flooded, having a... She worked over the rim of the tub and quickly grabbed... Working over the rim of the tub and quickly... She worked over the rim of the...
Okay, this is how I got messed up.
Not wanting some random Mondstadt citizen to walk in on her in her birthday suit. She worked over the rim of the tub and quickly grabbed the provided towel off the rack. Her thick locks caused the floor to become flooded, having absorbed a massive amount of the water in the tub. She worked quickly to wrap herself in the towel, shielding her private from the eyes of whomever was outside the door, then made her way.
Who is it?
She questioned.
I'm not dressed.
Messenger from...
I need more space. Okay, young boy.
Messenger from Master Jean. Spoke the voice of what sounded... No, young man.
Messenger for Master Jean.
Spoke the voice of what sounded like a...
Messenger for Master Jean.
Spoke the voice of what sounded like a young man.
Hello, Agent Charles.
Now she was really thankful she had decided to not even open the door the slightest.
What is it?
Ganyu questioned further.
Master Jean sent me to inform you that the Yu-Hung has successfully arrived at the gate with Captain Master Jean has sent me to inform you that the Yu-Hung has successfully arrived at the gate with Captain Kaya's cavalry. They will be transporting her to the cathedral soon. No. They will be
My God.
They will be transporting her to the cathedral soon. So please do come to the cathedral in the morning after you've had a chance to properly prepare. So please do come to the cathedral in the morning after you've had a chance to properly prepare.
She was regretting even asking if things could get more awkward. She was regretting even asking if things could get more awkward. Now her predicament to resolve her idiotic naivety just got even harder.
Oh, for Morax's...
Just got even harder.
Oh, for Morax's sake!
No.
Oh, for Morax's sake! Oh, for Morax's sake! Oh, for Morax's sake!
There we go.
Ma'am, are you okay? Ma'am, are you okay? Ma'am, are you okay?
Asked her visitor.
Yes, I'm fine. Yes, I'm fine.
She lied.
Please tell the Grand Master that I will. Yes, I'm fine.
I think I like that one better.
I'm fine.
She lied.
Oh,
Please tell the Grand Master that I will.
bring that back.
Please tell the Grand Master that I will be there. Please tell the Grand Master that I will be there. Yes, Miss Ganyu.
I will be there.
Please tell the Grand Master that I will be there. Yes, Miss Ganyu.
Okay,
The
pull
messen-
this back more. Stroking the beard for thought. Yeah.
Yes, Miss Ganyu.
Yeah, I always do that.
The messenger confirmed. Upon hearing the sound of heavy footsteps in the opposite direction towards the stairway that led to her door, she knew she was safe to return to herself. She knew she was safe to return to her self-blaming. It was clear she knew she was safe to return to her self-blaming. It was clear she wasn't going to get any sleep, so she decided to just get ready for her long day ahead. She returned to the bath and pulled the drain plug loose, allowing the tub to slowly become vacant yet again of no bath water. While the water drained, she proceeded with dressing her body yet again, but this time with a pair of newly provided clothes, then tied her hair into a more controlled state with the hair tie. Shut up. Now dressed, she took her leave from her abode and headed for the tavern. Once she had arrived, the same intoxicating scent from before purged her senses again. Once she had arrived, the same intoxicating scent from before purged her senses yet again, moving to the counter and awaiting someone to serve her. It didn't take long. A skinny man with your usual bartender attire returning to his workstation after collecting some glasses from empty tables. "What'll it be, miss?" "What'll it be, miss?" he questioned, not taking her as the drinking type. "What'll it be, miss?" he questioned, not taking her as the drinking type.
Do you serve coffee?
She questioned. "Only in the mornings," he answered. You're in luck, because we just barely started." "What'll it be?" he answered. You're in luck, because we just barely started preparing it. If that's what you want, that is. Ganyu nodded, following up with another request. Ganyu nodded, following up with another request. Back. Ganyu nodded, following up with another request.
I'll take 3 cups. I'll take 3 cups. I'll take 3 cups.
Back.
I'll take 3 cups. Make sure it's black and the strongest you've got.
Okay, that works. That works. Alright. Hold that back. Save. Alright. So, what do I do now? Do I work on the other project? Or not project, the other chapter? Or do I EQ this? I mean, I can do either. It's fine on me. Well, I gotta do this regardless, so may as well. Oh. This isn't a pony story, by the way, Agent Charles. Just letting you know. This is an upcoming project, so saying the name would kind of spoil it. I'm just waiting for one thing, and then I will have part 1 up. Considering that everything goes fine in the final render. Hopefully. That's and you can call me Charles if you want. Okay, that's actually easier, so thank you. So she's kind of the rebellious type. She's the rebellious type. Like, she's the one who doesn't want things to change. Well, honestly, I kind of agree because I thought the changelings were fine the way they were. But, whatever. Hasbro gonna be Hasbro. I want to also apologize that there has just been a lack of content, but honestly, it's down to time constraints right now. Well, not time constraints, but waiting on people. Like, I've got an artist who says that, who has shown me that it is on the rise. I just need the final product. She got sick, so she's been out of the rhythm for quite a while. So, yep, it's just a matter of time, guys. Just be patient. I was actually listening to your story, to your Bittersweet Apple Massacre story when I was at work. That's not even tied to the Apple Massacre thing. Well, Sweet Apple Massacre. God, my brain is dead. Okay, so do I EQ and call it a day, or do I do both? I'm fine with either. Oh, shut the F up. Anyways, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to first EQ this. So, let's do this. I had to move that out of the way so I could see. Great, now that's stuck in my head. Well, editing's not fun, I'll tell you that. Like, it's far from fun. It's the exact opposite. That's why I like to have streams when I'm editing, because it's good to have someone to feel like someone's watching you and talking to you. Doing it alone with like nothing on in the background is really boring. Okay. Sorry, guys. Where's the thing? There it is. Oh, shut up. Cancel. There we go. Oops. This do I swear I will be that. Okay, anyways. File import. Oh wait, no, that's not where I go. I have to go here. I can tell. Yeah, I like to have company because it's just so much better that way. Editing isn't fun in any regard. Like video editing, music editing, anything like that, it's not fun. It sucks. But it's the part of the process that brings it to life. So at the same time, without editing, it would suck. You know, you'd hear all the bloopers and all that lovely stuff. Anyways. But if you want to read the story, it is on my fanfiction account. Chapter... Oh, I didn't put a space. Chapter 4? But yeah, I do heavily apologize for the lack of content.
Like, I haven't put anything out since October, and I feel really bad. But trust me, guys, it's coming. Stuff is coming. You just gotta be patient. And I know there's those people that will basically call me lazy and all that lovely stuff. Well, you know what? Ours can only work so fast. And I'm not gonna rush her. I've checked in with her and to make sure that she's okay, you know, and all that lovely stuff. And yeah, she's okay, so that's a relief. Okay, what am I doing? I am getting a limiter. Okay. There is a few low lines on this one, so I need to probably check that. Oh, I can just do this. Noise gate. Probably lower that just a little bit. Oh. Do this. The moon radiated a ghostly glow upon the streets of Mondstadt as Ganyu made her way back to Angel's Share. Here we go. The previous hours had been of nothing but walking from door to door of each house that occupied a Mondstadt citizen, and while Amber's strength had been spent at the end, Ganyu's was far from even wavered down. As an adeptess, her physical strength was much more durable than a human's, meaning she could walk for miles and still feel no wear on her muscles. While she didn't look strong, her age and experience of years of war, knowledge, and roaming the Mount of Leeway said otherwise.
Okay.
Something Amber hadn't been aware of, seeing Ganyu had told her that the horns atop her head were nothing more than decorative props.
This is how I get my voice
By
tone.
now, Ganyu was aware that her attempts of cloaking her Adeptus nature were useless, but was relieved that her company had just bought her excuse, even though it was dead obvious that Amber knew it was a lie. In the end, Ganyu could respect her sidekick for having caught on that she intended to not be open about her true nature, and that was enough for Ganyu to trust Amber. It wasn't because she was ashamed of her true self, but more as a way to prevent people from judging or begging her for guidance as if she was a goddess with powers that could alter fate.
Why does it
The
seem so
latter
loud?
was the more clear reason, seeing humans expected to be blessed by the gods out of pity and arrogance when they can't find answers for themselves. It was part of their nature, and back when Ganyu had still resided in the mountains, she constantly had found herself in said situation. Working at Yuehai Pavilion, out of the eyes of strangers, gave her an escape from the constant yes, Ganyu assured, nodding her head. We only spoke of the reason I came here, and came to a conclusion on how to resolve it.
Okay.
In the process, my co-worker was severely injured, and my boss was killed by said enemy.
That actually came out sounding a lot better than I thought it would. Okay, there's one more line that I think is troublesome. This one?
If only I had a pyrovision.
Yep. Okay, so that one's fine. I just know that the noise gate can sometimes be a dickwad.
Sad and scared. Warm tears stained Ganyu's lap as she continued her fit of releasing.
Oh. That'd be way over here. What is that?
The last part. Thank you for saving my life. I'll never forget that.
Okay.
Ganyu hadn't truly realized that she had indeed saved Kuching's life that night, mainly because there was too much going on in the midst of hellfire. Then, as she thought more about their interactions in the past days, she caught a few things. First was the fact that she had been open with her when she came to see her before leaving Wangshu Inn, even allowing her, and only her, to enter. Sure, she had did so to inform her of additional details needed for Ganyu's meetup with Jean, but why didn't she just tell Ver to tell her instead? It wasn't a trust issue, seeing Wangshu Inn was a good question. The Yuheng and her had not always been the most likely to get along, having different views about Morax and all the. I could treat her.
Oh, wow. It's actually not as high as I thought it'd be.
She chastised to herself, sighing heavily. Rex Lapis above, Ganyu. You are a deluded fool.
she chastised to herself, sighing heavily and
Could treat her to a meal? Or is that not enough? What about a gift? No, that's clearly too much. Ugh. Ganyu, you are literally a millennia-old half-adeptus. Surely you can come up with something as simple as an apologetic gift.
She chastised herself over and over, up until she was suddenly stopped by the sound of something she wasn't expecting. Knocking.
Who is it?
She questioned.
I'm not dressed. Messenger for Master Jean.
Okay.
Spoke the voice of what sounded like a young man. Now she was really thankful she had decided to not even open the door the slightest. And further,
Master Jean has sent me to inform you that the Yu-Hung can really prepare.
She was regretting even asking if things could get more awkward. Now her predicament to resolve her idiotic naivety just got even harder.
Oh, for Morax's sake!
Okay, I will definitely have to cut that. How close is that?
Really prepare.
She was regretting even asking if things could get more awkward. Now her predicament to resolve her idiotic naivety just got even harder.
Oh, for Morax's sake! Ma'am, are you okay?
Asked her visitor.
Yes, I'm fine.
She lied.
Please tell the Grandmaster that I will be there. Yes, Miss Ganyu.
The messenger confirmed. Upon hearing the sound of heavy footsteps in the...
Okay, I will do that another day. I'm pretty sure everything is fine. And if there is, I got the clean file, so I can just add it later if I need to, but that seems fine. For now, anyway. Export MP3 file. TBOIAL Chapter 4 EQ clean. Okay. So that wasn't too bad. Now I just gotta probably do chapter 5. Don't be, I just like speaking to you, Sparrow. I enjoyed hearing about your OC and even explain my own. It's alright, take your time, we aren't in a rush. I really appreciate you guys being so understanding. Because being a content creator isn't easy. At all. Thing that's canon, team has expressed a likable opinion towards Cupcake since Noelle offered her one. Interesting. But yeah, I have wanted to get something out, trust me. I have been wanting to get something out, and hopefully that will be before the end of February. Hopefully. But yeah, I decided to basically do what I love instead of just sulking around on Valentine's Day because, yeah. Not gonna lie to you guys, I do not like this holiday. And it's not because of any specific reason. Well, it's not personal reasons or anything like that. It's just when you're single, yeah, it hits kind of different. Especially when you're at my age. Like, yeah, I know that I have epilepsy and all this stuff, but yeah, you know, I still wish it could happen. Or I still wish, you know, I could, like, go out like a regular 28-year-old and, you know, meet people, stuff like that. But life is life. Is Mark on? Nope. Should be on probably within about 40 minutes. If he has work. This do I swear. But yeah. I also gonna hit a writer's block on this story, so hopefully I don't stay on a writer's block too long. Normally, if I have writer's block, I usually try to like look at different things or like watch some videos for inspiration. Hopefully, because I'm at a point where I just don't want it to be too repetitive. That's exactly what Harry Potter did, and the reason why I stopped reading it. So I don't want it to be too much of a drag, if you get what I mean. I like to keep it as interesting as I possibly can, always. That's the way I like to write. Like if I do a one shot, it's immediate. Like if I do like a one shot when I write it, is immediately into the action. It's never like build up. You're just immediately into the action. Christmas Revenge 1 and 2. Yeah. But when you write a longer story, you want to just kind of keep it always interesting. Otherwise, people are just going to get bored. So I have to keep that energy up. Alright, anyways. How long did that take me? If I had to guess, like maybe an hour and a half. About 2 hours. Pretty close. So that wasn't actually that bad. I don't know. What do you guys think? I just hope that there's not more mistakes. So hopefully that's not the case. Okay, so just cut that out. File, import, audio. That'd be 5. Sorry, I can't see your message because of this in the way. I think it says talking, because that's the only thing that makes sense. What about the Super Bowl, guys? Did your team get beat or did they win? Personally, mine won. Let me clarify that the Chiefs are not my main team, but out of the two, I wanted the Chiefs to win. Not for any specific reason. I like Mahomes better. And I enjoyed that game. It was actually really, really like constant. Like I really liked how it just kept you on the edge of your seat. It didn't stop. Both teams were excellent, and they played their hearts out down to the last second. The sun had arisen over the horizon by the time... Okay, so... I was right? Yeah. So I have no idea where I am. I don't know what timestamp that is, but we're just going to do this kind of thing. Alright. Zoom in a little bit more. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's far. We're at like 15 seconds. So if I had to take a wild guess where 6 is, maybe about right here. Something like that. Ugh. The sun had arisen over the horizon by the time Ganyu had finished her 3rd cup of coffee, making sure to pay the bartender the fee of 10 mora before leaving. Her downing of the bitter and strong beverage had given her the boost she needed to prepare herself for the day ahead of her, having to somehow show her fellow co-worker that she was an absolute dunce, while also being at full attention. Excuse me. Having to somehow show her fellow co-worker that she was an absolute dunce, while also being at full attention, shall she have to discuss plans with Jean? Less to say, she had her work cut out for her. Having seen the entire of the Having seen the entirety of the city with Amber the day prior, no directions were needed to reach the cathedral. Walking up the steps to the entrance. Walking up the steps to the entrance. No directions were needed to reach the cathedral. No directions were needed to reach the cathedral. Walking up the steps to the entrance. No directions were needed to reach the cathedral. Walking up the steps to the entrance composed of a pair of tall and mighty doors. Upon meeting said entryway, she pushed inward to the massive building. She pushed inward to the massive building's inner. That is really hard to say. She pushed inward to the massive. She pushed inward to the massive building's inner infrastructure, gasping at the sight. Inside was 2 rows of a guess of 6 elongated seats for occupants of the servant. Inside was 2 rows of a guess of 6 elongated seats for Here we go again. Inside was 2 rows of a guess of 6 elongated seats for occupants of the services, and a single long path to the end of the far side of the church. Inside was 2 rows of a guess of 6 elongated seats for occupants of the service, and a single long path to the end of the far side of the church. The massive room was only lit by the sun peeking through the stained glass windows that told stories of Mondstadt's history long before Ganyu was even born, and at the end of the farthest side of the mostly open room was a person laid out on the marble floor. Upon noticing the purple-clad clothing and hair, Ganyu knew it was Kuching, to which she took the initiative to pace forward. Her heels clacked and echoed upon her approach, noticing that her colleague was in a sleeping state. Oh boy, here we go. So, I managed to fix the volume issue at this point. So, that's lucky. Like, I don't know how it got turned up, but I must have turned it up at some point. I don't know. She was confused up until she was met with the accompaniment. She was confused up until she was met with the accompaniment. She was confused up until she was met with the accompaniment of a blonde pigtailed girl, looking at Ganyu with a serious gesture. Oh dear. How am I gonna do Barbara? Here comes the new voice that I had to come up with on the fly. Okay. How am I gonna do Barbara? So enjoy the giggles. How am I gonna do Barbara? Welcome to the Mondstadt Cathedral. Ganyu with the Chising? No. like Ganyu's down here. Like, the problem was I didn't know how to differentiate the voices. That was the problem. That was the issue. So I had to make sure they didn't sound alike. Like she's lower. Welcome to the Welcome to the Mondstadt Cathedral. That sounds so weird. Welcome to the Mondstadt Cathedral, Ganyu of the Chising. No. Welcome to the Why do I keep saying Kronstadt? Welcome to the Mondstadt Cathedral, Ganyu of the Chising. Oh my fucking lord. I'm not cringing. I'm laughing. Because this is the highest register my voice can possibly go. Like, I could probably go higher, but it's not a good idea. Welcome to the Mondstadt Cathedral, Ganyu of the Chising. The girl greeted with joy. I am Barbara, the main healer of the clergy, and I've been waiting. I am Barbara, the main healer of the clergy, and I've been waiting for your... And I have been waiting for your arrival. And I have awaited... Why can I not use this voice?
And I have been awaiting your arrival.
There we go.
And I have been awaiting your arrival. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Barbara.
Ganyu replied with a smile. I almost sound too fucking similar.
I had to double check that.
Let me see.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Barbara.
There we go.
Ganyu replied with a smile.
There we go.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Barbara.
Because that can actually happen. You can, like, if you're not used to a certain voice, like in your head, then you can accidentally drop out of a voice very easily. I've done it with Twilight multiple times. Like, Twilight's just a very snotty-nosed little thing going on like this. That's my Twilight voice. Like, just up the nasal cavity. But sometimes I'll fall out of it after narrating for so long.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Barbara.
Ganyu replied with a smile. That got you only appears
Do
once.
you mind explaining why the Yuhung is sleeping? Do you mind explaining why the Yuhung is sleeping?
Either works.
Okay, let me double check that. Let
Yeah.
me see if these sound exact.
They don't.
Zoom out a little bit. Alright. Alright. This is gonna be interesting.
Ah,
Oh god.
it's due to making the healing process go.
Oh my god.
It's due to making the healing process go more smoothly.
Like, I can control it, but dear God, keeping that high part, whew. Like, my voice is very monotone, so putting it into a state of where it has to make a different noise is really difficult. Like, I have to go up here and talk like this. Have to, like, express to do it. Like, I have to open my mouth. I have to, like, put my chin, like, I have to smile. I have to do that shit. The last time I did a voice like that was Pinkie Pie. And that would have been, yikes, Silent Ponyville, I believe? Like, the closest I can come to, like, here, let me just show you. I need a break anyways. Don't want to stress myself out too much. Maybe, if it'll let me. Come on, computer. Let me do this stuff. What part would that be? That would be part 5, I think. Yeah, because 6 is the end. So 5 is when she goes back. Yeah, it's like right at the end. That I remember for a fact. Oh. Okay, let's see here. We need... Maybe if my computer will let me. Silent Ponyville. Silent Ponyville. Chapter 5? Have to type my name, otherwise it just comes up with flag goodies. This one. I remember this one just being a pain in the rear. I know for a fact it was a pain in the rear.
Ah, seagulls. The eagles of the sea.
Like, the sounds in this
Best
are
way to book
fucking
your stay in the
ridiculous.
USA.
You'll see in a minute why. Oh, jeez, that fucking quality, man.
It was a lesson she remembered often from her childhood. Of her friends back in Ponyville. Of the fun she's had throughout her life, thanks to the help of everyone she's ever known gave her. All of them helped her live a life she could say she was proud of. The slender pony stood a few feet from her,
Oh my
but
god.
the haze he brought to her mind began to fade. Her quivering mouth puckered up for a moment before a soft sound came from it.
Okay, yeah.
It started
this part.
off low, as it gained its footing in sight of Pinkie. The confidence grew in her with each sound that came out.
Oh no, it was chapter 4, I think. What's this one? Chapter 5? Oh, chapter 6. I need chapter 4. This one had... is this the Pinky Battle? I think this is the Pinky Battle. If I'm not mistaken, this is the one.
Quiet. Her hair floated around her face. She
Floated.
didn't feel the sting of her wounds here. Everything felt the same.
I'll be able to tell you right here.
Things could be said with such a happy tone.
Yep. Yep. Okay, I gotta find the part where she first arrives.
Her ears could hear the siren going off. The light in the room was dimming, turning it pitch black, slowly. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. She thought, beginning to panic as the light faded completely. She tried to brace herself for anything.
What is this?
The world was changing. She could feel it shifting under her hooves.
I think this is the part.
As the siren began to die out, the lantern began to flicker back to life,
Okay.
re-illuminating the spot the other Pinky was standing.
Okay.
The ground around them had turned into the rotting, grime-covered floor that had appeared the first time she had heard the siren. The other Pinkie Pie was still standing where she had been. The only difference now was that she was wearing a strange dress with wings. As the other Pinky began to turn around, the phonograph began to come to life with static.
That sound
No.
effect.
The other Pinky spoke up.
know.
Playing with myself really might be the most fun I'll ever have. She let out a soft chuckle, turning around.
Oh god. Playing with myself. Oh dear Lord Almighty. I don't think the author was thinking when they wrote that line. I really do not think they were thinking clearly when they wrote that line. Oh, Jesus. Why can I not remember who wrote it? I know there's more before that, though.
The images faded away. A blue tile with a fish on it sat in the middle of the room.
Oh, this is the test.
That was when we left the farm, wasn't it? Pinky get lost in a straight hallway. I mean,
Oh,
I'm
I
sure
remember this
there's a-
part. I remember this part. This is the part where
Hey,
she's
who
following the
are you?
Pinky.
The chipper Pinkie Pie voice echoed in the hall. Tile with the image of a cat on it.
Okay, wow,
She
that's a
wasn't-
long chapter.
As she stopped bouncing for a moment, thinking about. Pinky said. She didn't care the voice seemed to sound familiar
Stop.
as she looked around. She
Okay,
hadn't
here we
heard
go.
any pony's voice since she'd entered this horrible place and was suddenly filled with hope.
This is my first time like voicing Pinkie
Yes,
Pie.
you do have a guest. It's me, Pinkie Pie.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Pinkie Pie quickly called out excitedly, wanting to meet the other pony right
So I
now.
was new to the voice. I didn't really know what to do.
Where are you? Come on out. I promise. I'm not like those monsters outside.
Where are
Oh, really?
Oh, I love playing the bad guys.
The voice chuckled.
Oh, really?
It's just so hard to tell these days who is and who isn't. The voice said cheerfully.
See, I'm so much better as the villain than the
Please,
antagonist.
will you come out?
Or the
I'd really like to
protagonist.
see your face. Pinky said.
Like, it was hard to
She
voice
didn't
act
care
here
the
because
voice seemed to sound familiar.
it's
She
weird.
just wanted to see the pony. Okie dokie Loki, since you asked so nicely. A blob of darkness in the corner of the room began to move. It seemed to manifest into the form of a pony before Pinky's eyes. The shadows surrounding the pony faded as light soon gave her a form. Pinky gasped in shock, covering her mouth with a hoof. What's the matter? You seem so surprised to see me. You said your name was Pinkie Pie, right? What a coincidence. My name's Pinkie Pie too. There was no doubt
It's
about
not
it.
that bad,
The
honestly.
bright pink coat, the frizzled up curly mane and tail, the blue and
Like,
yellow
I'll
balloons for a
self-criticize my
cutie
old
mark,
self.
the bouncy, bubbly attitude.
That's actually not that bad for Pinkie Pie.
It was Pinkie Pie.
It was Pinkie Pie.
But that's going to get confusing if we both start calling each other Pinkie Pie, she explained as she stopped bouncing for a moment, thinking about.
I tried finding that stuff, but I couldn't.
We should give you a nickname. What? But I'm... Pinkie couldn't think of anything to say. Why was there two of her? And this Pinkie didn't seem to be suffering at all from any sadness or despair. She wasn't covered in any bandages, and she didn't look hurt. This Pinkie looked exactly like she did before the nightmares had started to affect her, and this town wasn't helping her. Oh, I see your hair is down. Does that mean you're sad? You must be. The only way my hair goes down is when I'm sad. We can call you Sadie Pie. The happy version of Pinkie bounced again.
Yeah, you don't know how
Why are you
hard
so
it was
sad,
to
Sadie
not
Pie?
laugh on that line.
Did someone steal your sweets? You can always make more, you know. She giggled
This was
merrily.
back when I was still editing in
Oh, I know what'll turn that frown
Audacity.
upside down. Let's have some cupcakes.
Oh shit.
Cupcakes? Pinkie asked a little hesitantly. But I want to get out of this town. You want to go? Happy Pinkie Pie said, tilting her head.
When was this? 2 years ago?
But you only just got here. Come on.
Hang on a second. Was this before I had the good microphone? Had to be. When did I get this? I got this... Or when did I do this? I did this... I want to say April 2 years ago? Sam Rose, that's the name of the author. August. God damn it, I pulled a mark. 2020. When did I get my microphone? I think I got it... I don't remember. I want to say it was 2 years ago. So, maybe? Maybe? Not sure, honestly. The first reading with the new microphone was I'm Sorry, Twilight. I remember that for a fact. So when did I'm Sorry, Twilight come out? I'm Sorry, Twilight. Because this was when I first got the new microphone. That was 2 years ago, but when?
Have an H&R Block Tax Pro do your taxes online, and tax season feels just as good as all those other seasons.
Do I care? No. I did my taxes. Thank you very much. This was 2 years ago. April. Why can I not do April, May, June, July, August? So it was on the new microphone. I actually didn't know that. So it was with the new microphone. Wow, that's not that bad. Let me just see how my voice sounded back then. It's kind of a good way. It's
And
kind of
fully
good.
turned to face me.
It's kind of good to go back and listen to the older stuff because then you can like see how much you've come, how far
A
you've
new
come.
car loses about 10% of its value the minute you drive off the lot. Or more. That's why Farmer's new car replacement pays to replace it with a new one of the same make and model. Get a whole lot of something with Farmer's policy perks.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Meanwhile, on Paramount Mountain.
All right, let's do this roll call. Oh, it's freezing up here. Where is Big Naughty? Is Big Naughty up in here?
It's Nate?
Say your name right.
Nate.
Naughty.
Nate.
Naughty.
Nate.
Say it right.
Nate.
Naughty.
Nate.
Naughty.
Nate.
Do I
Nate.
care?
Nate.
No. Okay.
I'm Sorry, Twilight. Written by the Seven Saviors. Chapter 1. I've been having some really weird dreams lately. I set the large mug of coffee I'd been nursing for the last 5 minutes down on the dining room table and looked down at Spike, my brows furrowed in concern and curiosity. I see him fidgeting under my bemused gaze, not looking me in the eye, and that makes me worry all the more. Somehow I can tell this isn't going to be a good start to the day ahead, and something in the back of my mind tells me things may only get worse. Ignoring that little niggling voice in my head, I addressed the uneasy Drake, my face serious, but my tone light and encouraging. Oh? What kind of dreams? I ask.
Wow, it's actually not that bad. Then there's nowadays. What's a good one from nowadays that would be a good example? God, I don't know. I really didn't. I went and got gas. What did I miss? Nothing. I'm just looking back on some old stuff. I'm taking a mini break. What's a good one from nowadays? What about... Oh, Process of Elimination. Wasn't that last year? Elimination. I want to say yes? God, time flies anymore. Ow. That was 3 years ago. That's the most recent one, right? Yes. Now I'm curious.
I was scared. This that ever since my talk with Celestia after that incident with Blue Blood and Crimson Storm.
Here we go.
A Process of Elimination. Written by the Seven Saviors.
That's the newer sound.
Chapter 12. The Encounter.
And to answer your question, no, but I narrated one of hers.
Life had been somewhat quiet for the most part in the year and a half following the incident with Blue Blood and Crimson Storm.
Still sounds good to me. Low. Maybe just a little, I don't know. There's something about the one in, I'm sorry, Twilight, that sounds better. Maybe it's because I'm voicing Twilight the majority of the time, because it has to have that high note in there, because I have to go through my nose. But yeah. What about the one before? This is before, right?
Ponies in the classroom.
Oh, Jesus.
The other CSGU hopefuls, the staff overlooking the exam, my parents.
Oh,
the
Jesus
princess
Christ.
and
That's horrible. Good Lord. That was with the Blue Snowball. Boy, you can hear a difference in mic quality. I can tell you that for a matter. Much different. Much, much different. Alright, enough procrastinating.
It's due to making the healing process go more smoothly.
Barbara explained.
You see, her injuries are much more severe than we expected. And if her muscles...
Muzzles?
And if her muscles aren't relaxed during the process... And if her muscles...
Muzzles?
And if her muscles aren't relaxed during the process, the healing will be less effective and will take hours to complete.
That was choppy.
With her asleep and her muscles untensed.
Where am I?
And if her muscles aren't relaxed during the process, the healing will be less effective and will take hours to complete. With her asleep and her muscles untensed, the task will be done faster and painlessly. Painlessly?
Nope. Okay, pull that back.
Painlessly?
Ganyu questioned.
Pull this back a little bit. Almost immediate.
Faster and painlessly. painlessly.
Ganyu questioned.
There's pain involved?
Yeah, see, there's a distinct difference. Bro, sounds like he's speaking into a Pringles can. Oh, dear. I hope you're talking about the blue snowball, because not a terrible mic. It's just, that was the first time I ever played with, like, doing a different type of narration. Ow. Yeah, I heard the news about Sawtooth Waves. I never knew the guy, but yeah, he's trash. He's trash. I don't care if he had... Sorry, I had to look at that a little closer. But anyways, what I was trying to say was, even though he is aware of what he did, and he doesn't, you know, try to hide it or push it under the rug, he's still trash. He's still a pedophile. Nothing is gonna change that. Process elimination. Because let's just listen to the difference between part 1 and part 2. I'm actually curious.
Oh, booking.com. I'm going to somewhere, anywhere.
Jesus.
A beach house, a tree house. Honestly, I don't care.
Find the perfect vacation.
Shut up. Thank you.
Got about the whole situation altogether in favor of making sure I did my mentor proud. Not helping matters was the fact that I'd seen neither hide nor hair of the red mare in the following days.
Okay, it sounds a bit cleaner. I'll give it that credit. It does sound cleaner. So, at least it's not just straight open audio. What about part 3? Part 3 would probably have the same exact setting. Pretty damn close.
It's quite some time to skip ahead, I'm aware.
So that's the
But
new
honestly,
sound.
nothing much has really changed for me during that time. At least, when it came to my own inner demons. Frankly, I'd been too afraid to face them and had tried to live my life with my head down, acting as normally as I possibly could being Celestia's personal protege. Not sure what to do with myself, I did my best to shut out what happened and ignore the twisted dreams that plagued me.
Yeah, I think that sounds better. So, yeah. Come on. So, yeah. At least it sounds better. At least I hope it sounds better. I know I like make my voice sound a little different, but so does almost every freaking radio station. They put bass on their voice for a reason. Okay, what am I doing? This? You questioned.
There's pain involved?
Okay, that's fine.
Broken bones of this level require lots of work, meaning the process will involve antagonizing the injury. We always put patients at this level in a sleep state to avoid any discomfort, seeing we don't want the patient to feel anything.
Okay.
I see. Very interesting.
Yeah, there's definitely a whole different tone.
Okay, this is gonna suck. Like, I'm having to grin from ear to ear to do this voice.
Yes.
It's like I'm happy.
Oh my god. My cheekbones are gonna have, like, stretch marks.
Stretch marks.
Okay. Woo. Barbara nodded. Continuing with further information.
Okay. Delete.
Barbara nodded, continuing with further information.
There's no... Very interesting.
Barbara nodded, continuing with further information. There's no telling how long the healing will take. Fuck. There's no telling how long healing the bone will take.
Oh my god.
There's no telling how long healing the bone will take. So, we'll start with more minor injuries first, then start on the bigger ones.
Okay.
Then work on the bigger ones.
That's fine. The first one was fine. Why did I think I need to retake that?
If you don't mind me asking.
My voice cracked a few times, I know that.
And start on the bigger ones. If you don't mind me asking, what exactly led to her being in this state?
Shut it.
Shut it. Ganyu took a moment. Ganyu took a moment to think. No. Ganyu took a moment to think of the best way toward the answer. Ganyu took a moment to think of the best way toward the answer, seeing she wasn't sure if Barbara was part of Jean's plan. Eventually, she found a way to say the truth She found a way to say the truth, but keep it vague enough. But keep it vague enough to keep the details hidden. She found a way to say the truth, but keep it vague enough. But keep it vague enough to keep the details hidden. But keep it vague enough to keep the details hidden. But keep it vague enough to keep the details hidden.
Okay.
She was blindsided by a massive explosion and barely escaped an attack that would. No. She was blindsided by a massive explosion. She was blindsided by a massive explosion and barely escaped an attack that would have severed her arm completely from her shoulder. I was lucky to find her when I did. Otherwise, no. I was lucky to find her when I did. Otherwise, she might not. I was lucky to find her when I did. Otherwise, she might not be here right now. Barbara had covered her mouth with her hands in horror, but luckily didn't catch onto the whole picture. A relief to Ganyu as she awaited Barbara's response. A relief to Ganyu as she awaited Barbara's response. Oh, Jesus Christ. Here we go again. That's horrible! Barbara commented.
That's horrible! See, I don't cringe at my voice, I just laugh because it's funny.
A relief to Ganyu as she awaited Barbara's response. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I don't try to laugh at my voice because it's my voice. And seeing this is my occupation, it's basically, you know, nothing new to me.
That's horrible! Barbara commented with
Does that peak?
That's horrible! Barbara commented with sadness in her voice. She's very fortunate that you were there to save her. Otherwise, her life would have been cut short. That would have been an absolute... No. That would have... Jesus. That would have been an unfortunate...
Oh, gosh.
That would have been an unfortunate fate. But luckily, she had an angel come to her at the right time. No, that's not right. That would have... Jesus Christ. That would have been an unfortunate fate. But luckily...
Okay, but luckily, that's where we're starting. Oh, gosh.
That would have been an unfortunate fate. But luckily she had an angel... come to save... No. But luckily she had an angel come to save her at the right time. No. But luckily she had an angel come to her at just the right time.
Oh god, here comes the loud line.
May Barbados
May Barbados bless your heart and soul, Miss Ganyu.
That's good.
May Barbados bless your heart and soul, Miss Ganyu.
This is literally what Barbara's like, too. Like, like if there is a miracle that happens and it has to do with anything like Barbados, yeah, she goes a little over the top. Anyways.
Oh my god. How high is that?
I'm sure I could figure out what note that is easily. I'm kind of curious now. Sounds like a D, like a very, very high, high D. But I don't have perfect pitch.
At just the right time. May Barbados bless your heart and soul, Miss Ganyu.
Now I'm curious. How high is that, I wonder? Well, let's find out. Oh, I'm gonna drop A, duh. Something like that. Well, that's an E.
At just the right time. May Barbados bless your heart and soul, Miss Ganyu.
Okay, hang on. It's an E. It's a literal E.
May Barbados bless your soul.
It's even higher than that. So if I had to take a wild guess, maybe, I don't know. That's that note. But anyways, enough shenanigans. Okay, put that the right way. Ow. Shut up. Alright. Alright. Now that those are shenanigans out of the way.
At just the right time. May Barbados bless your heart and soul, Miss Ganyu.
Oh my god.
How high is that?
Ugh. Okay, that's not too bad. That's not peaking, so that's a good sign.
Ooh, wait.
Ganyu just nodded, finding the whole response kinda over the top. But she couldn't be rude to someone who was about to heal her only remaining But she couldn't be rude to someone who was about to heal her only remaining colleague. Therefore, she just smiled and played nice like a good girl. Following the exclamation of absolute joy, oh god damn it, I don't have my fan unplugged. It's okay. I'm not doing that again. Fuck that shit. Hang on, I gotta check here. Can I bring the brackets there? Alright. Alright, what's... Following the exclamation of absolute joy from Barbara, one of the other sisters of the church. Following the exclamation of absolute joy from Barbara, one like a good girl. Following the exclamation of absolute joy from Barbara, one of the other sisters of the church called out to her. Sister Barbara, we are ready to start. No. Sister Barbara, we are ready to start. No. Sister Barbara, no. Sister Barbara, we are ready to start. That'll work. A better name for the person in question is the Burning Ocean. If you know that name, you know who he is. But I would appreciate it if you guys stop talking about it because I don't want that shit in my chat. So, respect, please. Sister Barbara, we are ready to start. The young soul weaver winced at the calling of her name, addressing Ganyu one last time before returning to her duties.
I'll be right there.
No.
I'll be right there.
Barbara responded, Ay, ay, ay.
I'll be right there.
Barbara responded to her fellow sister, turning back to Ganyu. Barbara responded to her fellow sister, turning back to Ganyu.
You're more than welcome to stay, but I can't guarantee how long it'll take. You're more than welcome to stay, but I can't guarantee how long it'll take. It's alright. It's alright. You're more than welcome to stay, but I can't guarantee how long it'll take.
Okay.
You're more than welcome to stay, but I can't guarantee how long it'll take. It's alright. It's alright.
Ganyu assured.
I'm willing to... It's alright. It's alright.
Ganyu assured.
I'm willing to wait. I'm willing to wait. I'm willing to wait. I'm willing to wait.
Okay, yeah. This is where I had, like, the voice go out of place.
It's alright. It's alright.
Ganyu assured.
I'm willing to wait.
I think we need to bring that pitch up just a little bit. Okay, so which one is it? It would be change pitch, right? Without changing the tempo, yeah.
It's alright.
There we go. That's more like it.
It's alright.
Ganyu assured.
I'm willing to wait.
There we go.
Very well then. I'll do my best to heal her wounds back to full health. Very well then. I'll do my best to heal her wounds back to full health.
Like, this is just Pinkie Pie.
Very well then. I'll do my best to heal her wounds back to full health.
Okay. I gotta find Ganyu's voice again.
I'm Fluttershy. Fluttershy.
Because that's literally Ganyu's voice, is just Fluttershy.
With that said, Barbara returned to the scene, checking if everything was in order to start the process. Ganyu knew she was in for a long wait, so she just took a seat and continued to watch the show, finding the whole thing interesting. The nuns and Barbara formed a circle, Barbara in the middle and the other clergy on the outside. Upon the formation, the young healer positioned herself on her knees and closed her eyes, her hands embracing each other as well as she started to speak a prayer.
Lord Barbados, our heavenly protector and guide, please bless your injured... Lord Barbados, our heavenly protector and guide, please bless your injured child at my knees with a graceful recovery. Please give my sisters and I the strength to do this session smoothly and without any harm, and bless your child with great strength and might in the aftermath of her recovery.
I lost breath.
And bless your child with great strength and might in the aftermath of her recovery. It is in your name and light we pray.
Okay, I gotta up that pitch a little bit. Because it sounds a little too much like Ganyu. That's the problem with narration sometimes.
Okay, change pitch. As she started to speak a prayer.
Lord Barbados, our heavenly protector and guide, please bless your injured child at my knees with a graceful recovery. Please give my sisters and I the strength to do this session smoothly and without any harm, and bless your child with great strength and might in the aftermath of her recovery. It is in your name and light we pray.
With the prayer finished, Barbara began her work, starting by summoning elemental energy that radiated a blue glow that came from the
Oh, fuck.
starting by summoning elemental energy that radiated a blue glow that came to full formation in her palms. Once the energy had been concentrated to the source that she'd led it to, she started to hover her hands over Kuching's body. Upon the light of the energy gracing Kuching's flesh, Ganyu watched in amazement as her mild cuts and bruises started to fade away as if she's never been hurt in the first place. It was a mesmerizing sight to watch, but Ganyu knew these wounds were only the start. But Ganyu knew these wounds were only the start. But Ganyu knew these wounds were only the start. The more severe wounds were But Ganyu knew these wounds were only the start. The more severe wounds were going to be much more of a challenge. After one session of Barbara hovering the energy over Kuching, her cuts, bruising, and burns were no longer existent. Right, I need to bring this down. Barbara allowed herself a break to regain her energy for the more tedious damage she was Barbara allowed herself a break to regain her energy for the more tedious damage she was yet to attempt, taking deep breaths and receiving
Oh, I forgot I'm editing for a minute. Sorry. What the fuck? Hang on, I need to watch this.
I learn things now at AR-56.
A few moments later.
I was AR-50 when I found out you could press Alt and then numbers into instantly Alt. What?
Son?
Press Alt and then any of the numbers?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you kidding me?
Alt 1. Alt 2. Yo! I never knew that! And then the number, and then it'll instantly Alt? I learn things now.
That's gonna...
6.
No way, Jose.
I was AR-50 when I found out you could press Alt and then numbers into instantly Alt. What? Press Alt and then any of the numbers?
Are you kidding me?
Alt 1. Alt 2.
Yo,
I never knew that! You can just press Alt and then the number and then it'll instantly Alt?
What?
I learn things now. I learned...
No way, Jose. That's gotta be edited. Okay, Mark's in countdown, so I need to alert him. So Discord here. Fucking hell's bells. Hi, Mark. How you doing there? Fucking hell. Anyways. Turn that down a lot. Anyways. I just need him to get to me. Where are you? There you are. So give him a call. Open Discord while I'm at it.
After about 5...
Oh. Duh.
Barbara allowed herself a break to regain her energy for the...
Okay, hang on. I need to figure out where I am. Sorry, guys.
Right, I need to bring this down. And burns were no longer existent.
Okay, I need to make sure that there's no mistakes that I made. I don't think there is.
It was a mesmerizing sight to watch, but Ganyu knew these wounds were only the start. The more severe wounds were going to be much more of a challenge.
Okay.
After one session of Barbara hovering the energy over Kuching, Her cuts, bruising, and burns were no longer existent. Alright, I need to bring this down.
Okay.
Barbara...
Okay. Yeah, I remember I fucked up on this one a lot.
Barbara allowed herself a break to regain her energy for the more tedious damage she was yet to attempt.
That back. I'm opening Discord right now, but I'm editing as well. Fuck, join your stream. Da-da! My god. Scared the shit out of me. You are gonna have to try that little trick. I can't try that on mobile. I don't think it's real. I don't think it's real. He's saying it instantly ults. Like if you push the alt button and you are on the character, it will ult. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna test it out. That was saved on the rotation bit.
Like I'm completely baffled at that. This is either edited or his bursts were already built up. But Doro's normally pretty legit, so I don't really... But yeah. I have people in my chat, they're probably like, who are you talking to? This is my friend Mark. He's like my first brony friend? No, he'd be my second. My first brony friend was technically Ashley.
And burns were no longer existent. Barbara allowed herself a break to regain her energy for the more tedious damage she was yet to attempt, taking deep breaths and receiving support from the other present clergy. After about 5 minutes of regaining her energy, and Barbara allowed herself a break to regain her energy for the more tedious damage she was yet to attempt, taking deep breaths and receiving support from the other present clergy. After about 5 minutes of regaining her energy and strength, Barbara moved to the next target area.
Okay, stop for a minute.
And receiving support from the other present clergy. After about 5 minutes of regaining her energy and strength, Barbara moved to the next target area, the laceration in Kuching's right shoulder.
Yeah, that kind of came out
She unwrapped the gauze...
That came out very weird.
The laceration in Kuching's right shoulder. She unwrapped the gauze bandaging, being careful to go slow and not antagonize the wound to where it could falter to a worse state. Upon meeting the last layer of the wrapping, she gasped.
Okay, stop for a minute. Where are you?
There was visible signs of the frostburn that had been caused by... There was visible of the wrapping. She gasped at the sight and severity of the gash. Luckily, her ease with undoing the cloth bandage had kept the scabs that had formed from peeling off, preventing the bleeding from starting again.
Okay.
There was visible sign...
Okay. I need to call Mark? Maybe. If it'll let me. Ow. You there? Oh, it's connecting. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Say hi to the chat, Mark. They can hear you loud and clear. Hey, Don. Yeah, my friend Mark's in the call.
There was visible signs of the frostburn that had been caused by Ganyu's effort to save her colleague's life, the ends of the blood vessels that had been cleaved open appearing black in color. It wasn't anything serious, seeing it was a common tactic to use heat or cold to stop bleeding, and frostburn was no different. It did the job, and had allowed Kuching to make it to Wangshu Inn alive and somewhat well.
Okay. Oh, shit.
That one guy says, "What's up, Mark?"
What's up? Gosh,
What's up?
From Bob Weiser.
How have you been, old friend? I've been doing okay. I haven't really been releasing content because of wait times, but that's okay. Alright, let's see what we got here.
My God, I feel kind of woozy.
Yeah, I felt lightheaded after... Mark, you should have heard the voice of Barbara.
Oh, God.
Oh my God. It was like voicing Pinkie Pie again. Can I get a...
You got to make it sound young, haven't you?
I have to make it sound like Barbara.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell. Shit.
The shine must be.
Like, it was literally the highest register of my voice, right before you hit Mickey Mouse. I think, Dino's calling. I'll be right back.
God.
Yeah?
Okay, there we go.
We got the stuff out. Are you having any? I'll have some later. Alright. Just keep it out. Okay, anyways. Let me see if I actually can find the voice sample. A voice sample. Where am I at?
Have you got any like John Ling now, or the Traveller?
841. 841. I need to write that down. Okay. Now we've got a timestamp. Timestamp? Why am I talking British?
Maybe
Weird. No, I was doing that earlier too while I was trying to get the recording done. They should be pretty dead obvious. I'll be right there. Okay, there's one of them. But that's not the one. Where's the greet? She's very fortunate that you were there to save her. Oh my good lord. That's horrible. Not sure if you heard that. Export selected audio. Barbara. This shouldn't be that big of a file. See, you're having dinner or something.
I'm just having some Kit Kats.
Oh. Diona wouldn't like that.
A what?
Diona wouldn't like that. Diona,
Oh,
whatever.
You're cracking up.
Me?
Yeah, your voice was cracking in a bit.
It might be because my computer's at heavy work, but I said Diona wouldn't like that.
Seriously?
She doesn't like the breaks of the Kit Kat bar. Let's see if
I still can't believe I pulled it at fucking Cat's shrine. After I fixed it, like.
Here you go. Have a listen.
I've had unexpected pulls. Like yesterday's one. Yesterday's stream, like.
In chat. In chat on Discord.
Sorry?
In the chat on Discord.
Right, in Discord.
Maximize.
I got my phone open.
I need to go to. What is it? 841. 841. The wound in full. Okay, there we go. Now we got it. Oops. Oh, you have to download the file, that's right.
Be alright, I can open it on my phone.
I'm like, Mark's gonna bust out laughing. Get to Wangshu in alive and somewhat well. With the wound in full light, Barbara summoned her elemental energy yet again, focusing it to her palms. Just like before, she proceeded with hovering the energy over the wound and energy yet again, focusing it to her palms. Just like before, she proceeded with hovering the energy over the wound and started concentrating heavily. Eventually, the light radiating from her palms started to illuminate a brighter glow, meaning she was pushing more energy into the process, and from the looks of it, was starting to affect the laceration. Okay, something's dragging me. Here, let's close. See if that might help. And from the looks of it, was starting to affect the laceration. Slowly, the frost-bitten blood cells started to return to their usual state of health, and the scabbed skin started to look. And the scabbed. That's really hard to say, scabbed skin. I apparently was getting mad. And the scabbed skin started to close up and reattach as if time were in reverse. With one last push of energy, the once gash disappeared completely, and all that remained was healthy skin with no sign of any rupture having existed. With no sign of any rupture having existed. No. With no sign of any prior rupture having existed. Did you ever listen to the file?
Have you sent it?
Yeah. It's in the chat on Discord.
I haven't got anything.
Oh, did I not push enter?
Yeah, I hope.
Oh, there it goes.
There you go. Right. Okay, I'm on. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, that's probably making my freaking stream down a lot.
Okay. I got my queue ready for cooking, so I press Alt-1.
Oh my god, it does work. Now try Mona.
Mona's not up yet.
The way he put it, it sounded like you could do it on any character, like cheat the game.
Yeah, like Alt-2.
No, I mean even if yours is not built up. That's what I thought. I'm like,
no, it doesn't work. If you do Alt-4, it doesn't work. It goes, your Alt has to be up. Like if I was already on.
That makes a lot more sense, and that's more fair. So that makes sense.
So I can go Alt-4, and it will automatically do Alt.
That makes sense.
So I don't have to press Q all the time.
Yeah. Then there's me, who's on mobile and can't do that.
Yeah.
Ah, jeez. With no sign of any prior rupture having existed. Ganyu was amazed at the sight. Ganyu was amazed at... Oh, wow. Ganyu was amazed at the sight, but could see that the effort had taken a lot out of Barbara. She was bent over.
That's horrible.
She was bent over.
Barbara commented with sadness in her voice.
She's very fortunate that you were there to save her. Otherwise, her life would have been cut short. That would have been an unfortunate fate. But luckily, she had an angel come to her at just the right time. May Barbados bless your heart and soul, Miss Ganyu.
It reminds me of a bloody Fluttershy.
That's basically Ganyu's voice. But
Right.
yeah, that part, that's horrible! My voice cracked if you heard it. You can hear my voice crack.
She was bent over and breathing very heavily. No.
Oh, what the fuck, Genshin? Really? Really?
What? Update?
1, 2, together. So,
I need to save this file before something bad happens. Save.
Sure, bruh.
some of these underground domains, it's like, where the fuck do you go to get to activate them?
It's all probably quest select. Like I did some like I had to look up side quests because
It's like this one.
I had to look up side quests that give primo gems because I don't need any reputation shit.
Yeah.
I wasn't done with Dragon's Mine fully because I had to do the side quest, the one with the beacons.
Oh right, yeah.
I'm like, oh my god, I hate this place. Then I did the one where you play hide and seek with the grown-up guy. What was the other one that I did? I did an Inazuma one. The one where you give the guy the Nakubi and then you fight the samurai. Butterflies flashbacks.
Have you done the original pyramid one?
That would have been Golden Slumber probably. So yeah, I've done it. All of Sumeru stuff is done.
I know, there's no... Ugh. Why? Why could you put the waypoints, see the waypoints?
I remember that fanfic flash. I had a dungeon where she used...
It's a bit annoying, I had to get close all the time.
Yeah, that fic is very over the top, but it beats Cupcakes by a mile. That's a worse fate, in my opinion. Still, that one scene where basically the things come out of freaking Rainbow Dash's eye socket. Oh, just thinking about it. I just remember the sound, that sound. And even Lost, I remember Lost said on a live stream that even it disturbed her to the point where she almost started to gag. And she just goes, "It's just a wet rag. It's just a wet rag. It's just a wet rag." Because that's what the sound effect is, apparently. Rainbow Factory is unrealistic to me. To me, it's one...
Never compares to my reaction, though.
Well, that's different. Rainbow Factory, to me, unrealistic. There's no motive, just like in Cupcakes. And there's just so many things wrong with that fic. Nothing against Aurora Dawn, but it's a bad fic, in my opinion. Just in my personal opinion, at least Applejack and Bittersweet Apple Acres had a motive. She had a kink for blood, apparently.
She was bent over and breathing very heavily, struggling to catch her breath from the amount of strength she just had to exert to do the job.
Oh my god, that can be taken out of context so easily. Rocket to Insanity is a gibberish mess, in my opinion. Like, the is horrible. I read it, didn't like it. It's rushed, it's horribly written, it is grammar, like there's grammar errors in every single sentence. Like, yeah, not good. Very heavily, struggling to catch her breath from the amount of strength she just had to exert to do the job. Sister Barbara, are you okay? No. Sister Barbara, no. Sister Barbara, are you okay? In that back. Questioned one of the fellow nuns. I'm fine. I'm fine. No. I'm... Okay, yeah, we need the breathing in there. No. I'm fine. Barbara responded, struggling to... Shut up! I'm fine. Barbara responded, struggling to speak. I just need a second to catch my breath.
What am I doing today? Am I doing domain
Please,
for
sister,
artifacts, or
don't
am I
wear
doing
yourself
domains
down.
for,
Spoke another one of the clergy. This last injury is going to take even more energy than the last. Are you sure you can handle this? Yes. I just need a minute to regain my strength. No.
Come on.
Yes. I just need... Oh, my computer is yelling. I think I know what I need to close. Where is it? I need the task manager. Ugh. Just give me a minute, guys. Yeah. I think that's a problem. So let's just end that task. Let's see if that might help. Oh, shit. Yes. I just need a minute.
I find
to
how much
regain my
quicker it
strength.
actually is, Barrow.
After that, I'll be ready to go.
Much quicker going Alt 4 next minute than doing the...
Huh?
I found it a little bit quicker on the doing the well, having switch between characters and pressing Q. Alt 4 then.
Yeah. What is this one? I don't know if that caught. After that, I'll be ready to go. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I think we're fine. Alright, yeah, running a lot more smoother. Even Ganyu grew worried for the young Soul Weaver's safety. She knew all too well about the price of overexerting yourself, seeing she'd done so by accident many times while working overtime. She wanted to speak, but didn't feel it was her place to do so. So she just kept herself quiet and allowed the session to go on. Barbara had taken 10 minutes to recover from the previous healing process, having returned and spoken another prayer before initiating the next healing session. Back on her knees and ready to go, Barbara channeled her elemental energy to her hands yet again, moving them to the target area. I think the links will count as spam, if I'm not mistaken. So they'll come out, I think they'll come up as a suggestive thing to me, but I can, but I can, shut the fuck up. But I can let it through.
I don't know why I keep getting this British accent and this fucking Irish accent for some stupid reason. Fuck.
To her hands yet again, moving them to the target area. Prior to the start of the process, the clergy had removed.
Okay, to go.
Look at my sexy body.
As in, it'll come basically. So my YouTube alert basically says, "Hey, this is spam. Do you want to let this through?" Because links are usually not things you want in your chat.
Target area. Prior to the start of the process, the clergy had removed the leggings, and upon seeing the wound fully, Ganyu had been sickened.
Go to roots for the
broken bone had been more than that, seeing it appeared that her bone had broken through her skin and was hanging out looking like a jagged dagger. Compound fracture.
I don't think I had this one before.
If it's the one where you check the tree, I don't think so either. Kind of an annoying quest, not gonna lie.
Like
or not a quest, but a commission.
Like a jagged dagger. While it had made her feel sick, the type of sick she felt was shock and sadness rather than nausea. The sights of the Archon War had made Ganyu numb to something like a I've become so numb, I can feel you there. Sadness rather than nausea. The sight of the Archon War had made Ganyu numb to something like a compound fracture. Having seen people get impaled, heads chopped off. Fun stuff. Having seen people get impaled, heads chopped off, limbs severed, and all sorts of other injuries that would give any clean soul PTSD as a result. She hadn't known that the injury classified as a broken bone had been this bad, and nearly made her cry at the sight. Just how much pain had Kuching suffered before she had saved her from it? Ganyu couldn't even imagine the amount of strength it must have taken to survive that night. The blue light radiated brightly yet again as Barbara started to push her strength into the elemental energy, the process seeming not to even affect the injury. Ganyu was proven right upon Barbara having to stop, her strength spent and her body exhausted from the process.
Okay.
Sister Barbara, you won't last.
Need that back.
Exhausted from the process. Sister Barbara, you won't last. Spoke the same nun. Please, please, you need to rest.
Let me come back.
Please, you need to rest. If you continue, you may potentially cause yourself injury.
Okay. Need that back. I like to think of me as the Stephen King of the Brony fandom because he's into grimdark and looks like a younger version of the... Why? Why do people say I look like Stephen King? I don't look anything like King. I don't have a top lip that extends clear down past my nose. I have a twisted mind like him. I wear the glasses, but I don't have like the frog lip.
Barbara couldn't answer, only breathing heavily and on the verge of collapsing. Perfect. Okay. So
oh yeah, that's when the heater kicked on.
Just do that. Stop the recording.
That's when the heater kicked on.
Verge of collapsing. Therefore, Ganyu took that as an opening, seeing she wanted to help Kuching in any way possible. After her verge of collapsing. Therefore, Ganyu took that as an opening, seeing she wanted to help Kuching in any way possible.
Okay, get that out of there. See if that might work.
And on the verge of collapsing. Therefore, Ganyu took that as an opening, seeing she wanted to help Kuching in any way possible. After her complete lack of sympathy at Wang Shuwen, after her complete lack of symphony, not symphony of destruction, you dumb fuck. After her complete, not symphony of destruction, you dumb fuck. Kuching in any way possible. After her complete lack of sympathy at Wang Shuwen, she owed the Yuheng more than just an apology. She owed the Yuheng more. Kuching and she owed the Yuheng more than just an apology. She owed the at Wang Shuwen, she owed the Yuheng more than just an apology. I swear to God. She owed the Yuheng more than just an apology. At Wang Shuwen, she owed the Yuheng more than just an apology. That's fine. To God. She owed the Yuheng more than just an apology. Excuse me. No. Excuse me. Ganyu started. Okay, bring that back. Excuse me. Ganyu started, catching the nun's attention instantly. What is it that she needs to Whoa. Ganyu started, catching the nun's attention instantly. What is it that she needs to proceed? I'm half adeptus, so my strength is much more resistant to exhaustion than a human's. Miss Ganyu, please, don't worry. Miss Ganyu, please, don't worry about me. Barbara trailed. Ganyu shook her head. Sister Barbara, I want to help my colleague as much as you. Ganyu clarified. Stern Ganyu. Sister Barbara, I want to help my colleague as much as you. Ganyu clarified. Overexerting yourself isn't going to help anyone, so please, allow me to lend some strength to you to finish the job. A long moment paused before Barbara finally answered with a nod, her stubbornness finally breaking. All right. Please do what you need to lend me your strength, miss. All right. Please do what you need to lend me your strength, Miss Ganyu. No, that's not high enough. All right. Please do what you need to do to lend me your strength, Miss Ganyu. Ganyu nodded, getting up from her seat and walking over to Barbara's position. All right. Please do what you need to do to lend me your strength, Miss Ganyu. Ganyu nodded, getting up from her seat and walking over to Barbara's position. Whenever you're ready to start channeling your energy, I'll begin. Ganyu assured, receiving a nod from Barbara. Okay. Where is my mouse? Where is the mouse? Where's the mouse? There it is. Where's the mouse? See, it was earlier too. Once she was given the green light to start, Ganyu placed her right hand on Barbara's right shoulder and focused on channeling her energy to her palm. Upon the energy flowing from her core to right shoulder and right there. And shoulder and focused on channeling her energy to her palm. Upon the energy flowing from her core to Barbara's body, Ganyu's eyes began to glow a bright and radiant blue light. Barbara's energy now focused and beginning to move towards Kuching's wound. Upon finding the Upon finding the injury and starting the process, Barbara grew surprised by... Barbara grew surprised by...
Troll! Sorry.
What happened?
Rain.
Rain, rain, go away. Maybe if Futao sings her song, the rain will go away. Wound. Upon finding the injury and starting the process,
Love things the same tune.
Wound. Upon finding the injury and starting the process, Barbara grew surprised by the effects of Ganyu's Adeptus energy. Barbara grew surprised by the effects of Ganyu's Adeptus energy. Mark?
Yes?
That one guy says I adore Mark's British accent.
Oh, come on, really?
I mean, he is from basically the core area you expect the Brits to be from, London. So he's got a thick accent and
very southeast.
So he's got the thick British accent.
Yeah, but I haven't got. It's not like Cockney. It's not that sort of British accent.
He says, "Yes, really, bro, lol." And starting the process,
I don't care
Barbara
about
grew
your fucking
surprised
senpai!
by the effects.
Right.
Oh my god. Okay. And starting the process, Barbara grew surprised by the effects of Ganyu's Adeptus energy. The injury had instantly started to heal at a much faster pace than she had expected, and the amount of energy Barbara was using didn't even feel tiring. And the amount of energy Barbara was using didn't even feel tiring.
140. So.
And the amount. Much faster pace than she had expected, and the amount of energy Barbara was using didn't even feel tiring. It was as if she weren't even doing anything, and upon the torn flesh closing and appearing as if nothing had even happened, and appearing as if nothing had even, and appearing as if nothing had even, and appearing as,
I have to wait till the next,
and appearing as,
are these open yet? Those are open until reset.
Hutao's books are open today. I know because I farmed them.
But should I concentrate on Raiden's burst first?
Dude, she hits for a lot of damage. You need to work on
I know,
Hutao if you plan to use her.
I want to get her crowned.
Do you even have any crowns to use? And appearing as
that's the thing, and the domain is open now.
Yeah. And appearing as if nothing.
Okay, can't do that one.
I don't know, man. You do you. It's your account. And appearing as if nothing had even happened, Barbara
what about her
Barbara finished this
E skill. Is that important as well?
Raiden's E skill isn't really important. You want to crown her burst first, definitely.
Yeah.
Barbara finished the session by reverting her energy back to the core of her vision.
Okay.
Barbara.
That is open. So it's the. How many runs do I need?
How many what?
Runs or rounds or how many?
Ganyu followed with the same action, her eyes returning to their non-illuminated state and reverting her hand back to her side. With the session now complete, Kuching's sedation was halted by the clergy. No. Kuching's sedation was halted by the clergy, and with the session now complete. I know, computer, stop. With the session now complete, Kuching's sedation was halted by the clergy. No. Kuching's sedation was halted by the clergy, and with a groan of sleepiness from her mouth.
88% or the 71%?
What do you mean?
like for her books.
You want the highest.
Yeah, but at the moment she's only requiring the blue ones.
I mean, if you only need the blue ones, you can do a lower level. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Session now complete. Kuching's sedation was halted by the clergy, and with a groan of sleepiness from her mouth, she opened her eyes.
Open up your eyes.
A lot of the bloodshot nature of her sclera's had dissipated to Ganyu's relief. Her many hours of resting having helped the most in her many hours of resting having helped the most in that case. Her many hours of resting having helped the most in that case. Aside from the visible dirt and ash covering her body, the Yuhong looked back to her usual self, and that was something Ganyu could smile at.
Okay. Speaking of Mark's accent, the southeast part of England is where you'll find people who sound like him. In southeast England, like Bristol and Cornwall, the people there kind of sound Irish. In northern England, like Northumberland and Cumbria, they kind of sound Scottish. I mean southwest, sorry. Plot twist. Mark's accent is why Tiamat is allies with Mark, Cloud, and Snowfall in the first place. It's their OC.
Where am I? Kuching questioned drowsily. Ganyu? Is that you?
Yes, Lady Kuching.
Ganyu obliged.
It's all right. We're in Mondstadt.
Okay, pause.
And break. Alright. So that's part 1.
Alright, just sounds all this. Alright, next one.
Hello there.
After departing from the church, Ganyu had decided to take Kuching back to her temporary home. It was only a temporary stay until Jean could arrange Kuching her own personal abode in the city. But Ganyu didn't mind regardless. After all, she'd known
Okay, I need to save.
Her own personal abode in the city. But Ganyu didn't mind regardless. After all, she'd known Kuching for a long time, so it wasn't like she was letting a stranger in to potentially rob her. Why is this line so hard? So it wasn't like she was letting a stranger in to potentially rob her possession.
Okay, see you, Dark Buddy. I think that's your name anyway. I don't know how to pronounce it. Okay, we need...
So it wasn't like she was letting a stranger in to potentially rob her. So it wasn't like she was letting a stranger in to potentially rob her. So it wasn't like she...
Okay, let's see if that might work.
Regardless. After all, she'd known Kuching for a long time, so it wasn't like she was letting a stranger in to potentially rob her possessions. Kuching had also wanted to have a long-awaited bath, seeing she was still littered with debris from that night, and wanted to get the remnants of anything from that. Seeing she was still littered with debris from that night, and wanted to get the remnants of anything from that. Wanted to get the remnants of anything from the cataclysm. Bleh. And wanted to get the remnants of anything from the cataclysm off of her for good. Debris from that night, and wanted to get the remnants of anything from that cataclysm off of her for good. Therefore, Ganyu had allowed her privacy, and to kill some time, had decided to go sightseeing. Even if there was a potential threat lingering amongst Tevat, as a half-adeptus, she'd learned that you can't allow things to stop you from enjoying the good things in life. She'd learned that you can't allow things to stop you from enjoying the good things in life. The Archon War had She'd learned that you can't allow things to stop you from enjoying the good things in life. The Archon War had been a time of constant dread and sadness, but on the days when the sun actually had shone through the impact of the war, she had made sure to admire it, knowing it could have potentially been her last chance to experience happiness. Therefore, knowing this could be her last chance to admire the sights of Mondstadt, she took that.
Okay, I need to go back a little ways.
Knowing it could have potentially been her last chance to experience happiness. Therefore, knowing this could be her last chance to admire the sights of Mondstadt, she took that opportunity. No messenger or someone like Amber or Kaya had come to lead her. No messenger or someone like Amber or Kaya had come to lead her to the Knights of Favonia's headquarters. Oh. She took that opportunity. No messenger or someone like Amber or Kaya had come to lead her to the Knights of Favonia's headquarters for further planning on the situation at hand, so there was literally nothing else for her to do. She started by taking a stroll up to the cathedral's courtyard to admire the statue of Barbados, the animal archon. No. She started by taking a stroll up to the cathedral's courtyard to admire the statue of Barbados, the animal archon. It was massive in height and was accompanied by a company of bards and nuns
at my thing I'm looking for.
Cathedral's courtyard to admire the statue of Barbados, the animal archon. It was massive in height and was accompanied by a company of bards and nuns at its base. No. It was massive in height and was accompanied by a company of bards and nuns at its base. A variety of tunes were being strummed by said bards, all of them being unfamiliar to Ganyu's ancient memory. She was more familiar with tunes of Liwei's culture, having been born and raised in the Geo nation. However, the music was calming and melodic to her ears, seeming as if it were being played and sung by the animal archon himself. Whenever a breeze met the area.
Okay, her queue
it was graceful and peaceful, giving her a sense of momentary bliss in the court. It was graceful and peaceful, giving her a sense of momentary bliss in the courtyard. After the statue, she moved further.
Sparrow, where is her domain, by the way?
Whose?
Hotels.
Which one? For her artifacts or her books?
Artifacts.
That'd be a Wuhan Hill. You want to bring a team with you, buddy?
I know. Where is the where part? Where's it on the fucking map? Fuck's sake.
To the left. It's right by the Oceanid, like right next to the Oceanid. No.
Right next to the ocean. Oh, that one. Oh, I've been there before.
This one sucks. Absolutely. It's one of the hardest ones.
Are we looking for quick rate? Are we looking for quick rate for this one?
It all depends on what you get.
Mark's voice reminds me of one of those people you hear on Xbox Live parties back on 360. Why? Because of all the tapping? Like the rage gaming? That's just how you play Genshin Impact.
Terry Bliss in the courtyard. After the statue, she moved further down into the city, finding many shops that she hadn't been aware of. Not far from Good Hunter was a trinket shop named with... Not far from Good Hunter was a trinket shop... Not far from Good Hunter was a trinket shop...
I could not say this line for some stupid reason.
Was a trinket shop named With Wind Comes Glory. Not far from Good Hunter was a trinket shop named With Wind Comes Glory that sold a variety of artifacts, decorative knickknacks, and other things like gemstones and fossils. Ganyu had decided to stroll in and just take a look around to kill the time. No. Ganyu had decided to stroll in and just look around to kill time, having no currency that was required to purchase anything being sold. Her final stop before returning to confront Kuching had been the other local tavern, the Cat's Tail. She'd made plenty of new friendships with the cats roaming around.
I hated this line.
She'd made plenty of new friendships with the cats roaming around inside and outside the establishment, and had met the bartender Diona. Is it Diona or Diona? And had met the bartender Diona during her visit.
I actually don't know if it's Diona or Diona. You could say it either way.
Less to say, their first meet had been out.
I think she calls herself Diona? I'm not sure.
Less to say, their first meet had started out quite awkwardly, but upon Ganyu stating that she wasn't there to drink herself drunk, they had gotten along and became friends.
Oh, Mark, when you get a minute, seeing you have Diona, I want you to check her bio. But yeah, you need some serious help in that domain.
But upon Ganyu stating that she wasn't there to drink herself drunk, they had gotten along and became friends. She'd tried to keep herself there for as long as she could, but eventually, she knew she had to go back to her practical home to face the music. Reluctantly, after a good hour, she finally took her leave from Mondstadt's sights and returned to her abode. Upon opening the door, she found her co-worker sprawled out on the provided bed, passed out. She'd hoped for her to just stay that way, but upon closing the door, Kuching shifted her body and began to stretch awake. Her colleague sat up and opened her eyes. Dressed in some new clothes that were clearly too large for her. Apparently, she'd found Ganyu's spare attire and decided to give it a fitting.
Okay. Save that. One good question I recall you thinking about was, what inspired the author to make butterflies anyway? I don't think I ever asked that question, but I could be wrong.
To give it a fitting.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wake... I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wake you, Lady Kuching.
There we go.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wake you, Lady Kuching.
Ganyu apologized.
No worries. No worries.
Okay, does she needs crit damage, correct?
Who?
Kuto.
No, she needs more crit rate than she does crit damage.
Crit? No, he's
Wait. Crit rate, then you do crit damage. The weapon is the only thing giving you crit rate right now.
You're kind of breaking up again.
Ugh.
I got crit rate. I got 2.8 of crit rate.
It's a 4-star. No.
Oh.
Crimson Witch is bitch. Kuching replied drowsily. I need to get up anyways. Ganyu was defeated.
Ooh.
Drowsily. I need to get up anyways.
Oh,
Ganyu was defeated. Fate had clearly put her here, and there was no stopping it now. Therefore, she just let out a long sigh, to which Kuching spoke up.
Oh, look at that. Is that
Therefore,
better? Is that good? I can't roll it yet. Until...
only if it crawls. Oh, crawls? Only if it rolls crit rate. Got a crit damage piece on her already, dude.
I know.
Therefore, she just let out a long sigh, to which Kuching spoke up. Ganyu, is there something wrong? Ganyu shifted her eyes and moved to Kuching's bedside, sitting down on the edge of it. I need to say something to you. Ganyu started slowly. Something important. Kuching was clearly confused, but she just...
Crit rate 57.1%. Crit damage 159.7.
That's a good ratio, but again, your crit rate's going to go down if you put Homa on her. Because of the weapon. So you just need more crit rate. I don't know if this makes more or less me more or less of a freak, but I did not react in any form of disgust when an insect rainbow dashed his eyes. I was more queasy about Pinky's spine being severed. Pinky's pies being Brain is falling asleep. Ganyu started slowly. Something important. Kuching was clearly confused, but she just followed Ganyu to continue her confession. Okay. What is it? Kuching replied. It doesn't matter. Both of them are good. Not sure what that is. Oh, it's just me. Another long sigh escaped Ganyu. Another long sigh escaped Ganyu. Her head... Another sigh escaped Ganyu. Her head hanging low? No. Her head hanging. Do your ears hang low? Do they... shut up. Escaped Ganyu. Her head hanging low? No. Her head hanging, and sorrow painted on her face. Her head hanging, and sorrow painted on her face. You remember that morning at Wang Shuin, right? She started. Before I... left for here? Yeah. Kuching responded in confusion.
Why? Why? Ganyu decided to just rip off the band-aid. Why? Ganyu decided to just rip off the band-aid. Otherwise, she wouldn't get anywhere in her current predicament. Well, after you thanked me for saving your life, I didn't... anywhere in her current predicament. Anywhere in her current predicament. Where's the deafen option? Oh, like this? Okay, let's turn the stream volume down a little bit. Anywhere in her current predicament. Anywhere in her current predicament. Oh, that's not gonna work. Predicament. Well, after you thanked me for saving your life, I didn't say anything, nor did I really put any consideration into how you felt after the destruction of our home. I didn't think clearly, when all along it was clear that you were just as hurt as me. And you were looking for comfort in your grieving. Kuching's expression shifted. Kuching's expression shifted, having not expected this to be what Ganyu had to say at all. She had been expecting something in reference to the situation at hand, not herself. And that was enough for her to allow Ganyu to keep speaking. I realized this last night when I finally cried for the first time. I realized this last night when I finally cried for the first time. I realized this last night when I finally cried for the first time. Pretty much the same exact thing. I realized this last night when I finally cried for the first time. And the reason why I didn't see it was because we were always so different. Was because we always were so different. I like that better. Was because we were always so different. Was because we always were so different. However, was because we were always so different. Was because we always were so different. Same thing. However, after I realized that we and Bywin are all that... It's not recording! Oh my god. However, after I realized that we and Bywin are all that's left of Leeway Harbor, I realized that the devastation of losing our home hadn't just affected me, but all of us. In the end of that disaster, you were lost and hurt. You were lost and hurt, and I didn't realize it. Instead... Wait a minute. That disaster, you were lost and hurt. You were lost and hurt, and I didn't realize it. Instead... You were lost and hurt,
and I didn't realize it. Instead, I just treated you as if you were any other... I just treated you as if it were any other day. When, in reality... I just treated you as if it were any other day. When, in reality, you were looking for comfort. Someone to vent to. Someone to vent to. Someone to vent to. A shoulder to cry on. Someone to vent to. A shoulder to cry on. Someone who would understand the pain you were feeling. Someone like me.
Kuching had caught onto the cause of Ganyu's sorrow, and she could see that it was clearly heavy on her conscience. Therefore, she tried her best to mull down the situation, putting her hand on Ganyu. Heavy on her conscience. Therefore, she tried her best to mull down the situation, putting her hand on Ganyu's shoulder in comfort. My throat is dry.
That's what she said.
Ugh. Ganyu, it's okay. Ganyu, it's okay.
Kuching calmed.
You're right. We always were opposites. And it's not your fault that we're different. You're right. We always were opposites. And it's not your fault that we're different. You're right. We always were opposites. And it's not your fault that we're different. Everything happened so fast. So it's natural that the impact on both of us didn't become immediately clear to you. So please, don't blame yourself for not realizing it.
Really, come on, bitch. Like, I was really getting into the freaking mood right there. But that's how you're supposed to be as a voice actor. You're supposed to feel the character's emotions. Ganyu lifted her head at the kindness of Kuching's words, allowing her to continue.
The past is the past, and there's no need to dwell on it. And there's no need to dwell on it. I'm alive because of you. And there's no need to dwell on it. I'm alive because of you, and you've given me a chance to live a longer life. That's something I am eternally grateful for, and will never forget to my last breath. And will never forget to my last breath.
Really, you sucker?
And will never forget to my last breath. So please, let the past rest, and focus on the future.
Alright, so this is the last time. Okay, get that out of there. Ganyu shifted her gaze to Kuching's own, her expression... Ganyu shifted her gaze to Kuching's own, her expression slowly to start to change to a more positive one. Kuching smiled as a way... Ganyu shifted her gaze to Kuching's own, her expression slowly to start to change to a more positive one. Kuching smiled as a way of showing that she'd already forgiven her, and upon that
What the hell is that sentence?
Ganyu shifted her gaze to Kuching's own, her expression slowly to start to change to a more positive one.
Slowly to start to change to something... What?
Her expression slowly to start to change to a more positive one.
Nice small one.
I think I accidentally skipped a word.
Ganyu shifted her gaze to Kuching's own, her expression slowly to start to change to a more positive one. Kuching smiled as a way of showing that she'd already forgiven her, and upon that comforting assurance, Ganyu's lips curved into a smile of her own.
All right. All right.
Ganyu, her expression slowly to start to change to a more positive one.
I think I could this out right here and put Kuching smiled as a way of forgiving her or whatever.
Ganyu shifted her gaze to Kuching's own, her expression slowly to start to change to a more positive one.
Hang on, I gotta look that over. I've gotta look that over. So that's in the next chapter, so I need to go to a different chapter. I could probably do it faster on this. You piece of shit! Thank you.
Where is my cursor?
Really?
Ganyu shifted her gaze to Kuching's own, her expression slowly to start to change to a more positive one.
I did read that incorrectly. Completely incorrectly. Like, way wrong. Oops. What the fuck happened here?
Oh, what? I missed out on the bloody drops.
You fucking little... There we go. Oh, fuck it.
Kuching smiled as a way of showing that she'd already forgiven her, and upon that comforting assurance, Ganyu's lips curved into a smile of her own.
All right. All right.
Ganyu agreed.
But let me at least treat you to a meal.
Okay.
All right.
Ganyu agreed.
But let me at least treat you to a meal. If you wish.
Kuching agreed.
I hate to see you go hungry, though. I hate to see you go hungry, though. Seeing I'm aware you don't... I hate to see you go hungry, though. Seeing I'm aware you don't like things... Seeing I'm aware you don't eat things like meat. I'm aware... Jalen... Oh. Seeing I'm aware you don't like things... Seeing I'm aware you don't eat things like meat. I'll be fine. Seeing I'm aware you don't eat things like meat. I'll be fine.
Ganyu insisted. Qilin aren't very gluttonous. Qilin aren't very gluttonous, so I can spare one meal. Qilin aren't very gluttonous, so I can spare one meal. Kuching shook her head, refusing to just gorge herself in front of her colleague like a hungry beast. Not a chance, Ganyu. Not a chance, Ganyu. Not a chance, Ganyu. She enforced. Not a chance, Ganyu. She enforced. If I'm going to eat, you're eating too. If I'm going... If I'm going to eat, if I am going to eat, you're going to eat too. Ganyu knew it was point. If I am going to eat, you're going to eat too. Ganyu knew it was pointless to argue with Kuching, so she just came up with an idea that would solve the issue altogether. Where? Alright. Alright, then get your shoes on. Ganyu ordered, getting to her feet. Fuck off. Get your shoes on. Ganyu ordered, getting to her feet. Where are we going? Kuching questioned. Where are we going? Kuching questioned. For a walk. You're going to pick some flowers for me to eat. And done. Alright. That's done. Save it. Export as MP3. Raw clean. That was too bad. I need a break or something. So what's my thoughts on the MLP Friendship is Magic ending anyway? I think I've got a video for that. Let me see if I can find it. Please? My thoughts on MLP. I'll just use that as the keywords. I'll just let this video spell it out.
Not again!
Hey guys. Hang on. It's loading. So, it is clarified. G4 has been clarified. I gotta leave the call. I'll be back in a bit. Or hang on. To closing the stream. To end after season 9.
And I just wanted to make a small little video to give you guys, clarification on where am I going after this, Am I leaving the fandom? Am I leaving My Little Pony behind? What are my personal thoughts on this? Well, ever since the...
Really? Right as I close
before the beginning of Season 8, there was a clarification that Season 9 was indeed the final season of My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. And I've carried that all the way through, kind of speculating, maybe it's just another thing of like what they do with Season 3. Like, Season 3 was supposedly going to be the end of My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. But the thing that happened was I think it was a mixture between changing from the hub to Discovery Family and just a bunch of legal stuff. But Season 3 was supposed to be the end, so I thought maybe...
ads on this shit. No sound. Hey, that works for me.
Everyone gets a BK stacker.
Tiny dancer.
2 linebackers.
To each their own. Burger, swagger, satisfaction buffet.
At BK, have it your way.
I need to get 45.
To the end, so I thought maybe it's a fluke. Maybe it's just them exaggerating it a little bit, or maybe it's a rumor, because we can never clarify these things are actually true until we get the actual word from Hasbro. Well, we got it today. Season 9 is officially the final season of My Little Pony, but as we're going out, we're going to get a movie that's in CGI, and well, I have shaky thoughts on that. I'm still thrilled for it. And of course, G5 has been confirmed ever since like towards the end of season 7. Like, it's been confirmed for quite a long time. G5 has been in the works for quite a while, and I think they said it was supposed to come out in like 2020 or something like that. But in a later post, they said that the movie, the CGI one, was supposed to come out in 2021, which if that's the case, then that would either mean one of two things. One, that G5 is not yet, fully in, pre-production, it's not fully ready yet to be put together. So maybe there's some flaws there. It's either that, or maybe it was just exaggerated. Again, you never know anything's really true. Like, maybe this isn't true. Maybe 2021 isn't the year that it comes out. But this was announced at a toy fair, so I think it is true. So I think they need more time to put G5 together. Because once Season 9 is over, basically, I don't know what the movie is supposed to be, representing. I don't know if it's supposed to be the official end to G4, or if it's supposed to be more tribute to the fans. Like, that would be amazing. Like, I'd love to, like, it's not anything connected to the My Little Pony The movie that was released in 2017, I believe. That is not the case here. That is not, it's not a sequel to that movie. It's like a Equestria Girls kind of movie. But in CGI, I'm kind of pushy on that. So, where am I sitting? What is my place? Guys, I'm not going anywhere. I've been aware the G5 was coming sooner or later, and I had a feeling it was going to come because ever since Season 6, MLP has been struggling. Now, Season 7 really hit a successful rate. Like, it went, like, the peaks were going, like, going out of Season 6. But Season 7, whoosh, it went straight back up. But you can only hit so many positives before you run out of ideas and you don't have enough to make something anymore. That's basically what G4 has met. It's had many, many great ideas. It's had many great characters. It's had characters we hate, characters we love, characters we want to see again. It's had its run. it's basically met its limits. It can only do so much before it runs out of what it's able to do before we're repeating stuff like we did in Season 6. Season 6 was definitely the weakest season of My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. And I shouldn't really say that going into Season 9. I should have waited until after Season 9 to do that, but that is definitely our weakest season. Because Season 7 was a winner, minus Secrets and Pies. Secrets and Pies was just a mess. I don't know what they were thinking. But enough of that. Like I said, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to continue making content for you guys. No matter what, it's going to still happen. I am going to make content for you guys. Probably when G4 ends, the animations and all that stuff are probably going to go down a little bit. So maybe not so many reactions will be coming out, but there's still people out there that are very heavily devoted to this, to G4. So I'm expecting for some content creators to continue their work. I'm not expecting it to just like completely end right then and there when Season 9 closes its doors. I'm expecting, people to still stick to G4. Like, look at how long My Little Pony's been around. It's been around for 4 generations, going into 5. So we've got plenty of opportunities still left, guys. My Little Pony's been going strong ever since 1982, I believe. So I'm not expecting this fandom to just die like people said it would. Because earlier last year, when BronyCon closed its doors, people were freaking out. Like, literally. People thought because BronyCon, the birthplace of My Little Pony cons, because it was ending, everything was dying. That is not the case. The case with that is that basically the con had either come to an understanding that it needs to back off for a while and it needs to find a new home. That's what I feel like they're doing. I think that they're closing that con for good. This is the last BronyCon this year. And to those who are going, congratulations, you are going to attend the last BronyCon. For me, I can't make it because 1, it's too far away, and 2, it's just too expensive. It's not within my budget. So, as much as I would love to go to BronyCon for the last time, I can't. So, that's life. But I'm expecting more PonyCons to actually come out in the near future. When G5 comes around, guys, you're going to see if G5 is as good as G4, which from what I've read online, it seems like it's going to be legit good. So I'm hoping that they're going to follow what Lauren brought to the show that made it successful. If Hasbro doesn't do that, they're idiots. But pretty much what they were going to do is they're going to try and make it more accustomed to the actual audience that watches it. I'm going to miss all these characters, but I'm excited to see new as well. But like I said, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to continue making readings. I'm going to continue making reactions. I'm going to continue making as much content as I can for you guys. And I'm going to do it for as long as I can until, my time comes. Everybody has a time when it's time to call it to an end. But, whether it be to move on to bigger and better things, that something happens to you, it's things like that. I feel the only time when I'm really going to actually not be able to make content for you guys anymore, not saying this anytime soon, is when I actually build a life for myself. With my own family, with a wife, kids, stuff like that. That's what I'm referring to. But I don't think that's going to be anytime soon, so I don't think you guys have anything to worry about. So I'm going to continue to pursue for narration. Narration has been something that I've been kind of on and off the fence about, but after doing it for 2.5 years now, I've really taken a liking to this. And it's thanks to Scribbler and Luna Farrow that I have grown into the narrator that I am today. And not only that, you guys too. You guys helped to get me to this point. Whether you subscribed for the reactions, for the readings, whatever you subscribed for. If it wasn't for those two, I wouldn't be where I am. So basically, I may one of these days, when I feel like I'm good enough, go into narration, maybe voice acting. You know, I feel like I can actually be a really good voice actor, and I've gotten asked in many cases to voice act for my friends. I got a recent one as Blue Blood. I've gotten asked to voice minor characters. So yeah, I'm growing. I am growing, so I'm not going anywhere. I'm just getting started. But my personal thoughts on G4 ending, I'm so happy that it's actually ending, because I've seen the show really take a plunder. I've really seen it take a huge fall ever since season 7. Even though season 8 did have some wins, it also had a very rough start. Season 8 had the most weak start. Like, literally, it had many problems. I mean, the school friendship, that was cool. That was a cool idea. But then came probably the worst episode of the entire season, in my opinion, which was non-compete clause. I don't know what the writer was thinking, but that just shows you how desperate Hasbro is. When they're writing a crap episode like that just for filler in season 8, that is bad. That shows you they're struggling, and that shows you that something isn't correct. So basically, I'm glad that G4's finally, closing its doors. I'm not happy that it's ending, but I'm happy that it's ending for the better, because that's the best thing that Hasbro can do right now, is stop it before it becomes something that just keeps playing cliche over and over again, like lessons repeating, people bad episode after bad episode, things like that. That's what's going to eventually happen if G4 doesn't close its doors. So we're going to, and I don't know what this movie is. I don't know if it's G4 based, I don't know if it's G5 based, I don't know what it is, but it's in CGI, and that really bugs me, because the My Little Pony, the movie, the one that came out in 2017, why are you going against that? I mean, seriously, that's the only thing that really bugged me about this whole entire news, is that the movie isn't CGI. That's it. I don't care for CGI animation. If it's done
I stand
correctly,
corrected.
then only is CGI animation good. I mean, there's been multiple movies where CGI animation is good. Jurassic Park, a lot of Disney movies are CGI, and they're excellent. It's all in the CGI. It's all in who does the CGI for you, which I'm hoping does good. I don't know what this movie is going to be, but I'm guesstimating it's probably going to be basically G4 saying goodbye. Like, nope. I don't feel like season 9 is enough to really close off something so huge with so many doors open. Like that.
Still a valid point, because a lot of doors were left unclosed.
That's one thing I've really been stating about G4 closing so early. There has been so much left open, so they're gonna really have to work hard in order to close all these doors, and I feel like that's why they're making this movie, to kind of give it that ability. But I don't know what it is. It could be, I don't know. I don't know what it is. So until we get further confirmation on that,
did he get the world statues?
But G5, I've been excited for G5 ever since it was announced. I've been keeping my eye on it, kind of slowly looking at the updates, but so far I haven't really seen anything except the basis of the world and the characters. The world seems very like Games of Thrones like, with like different kingdoms and different like rulers, while the characters, the only ones that I have heard of returning are Twilight, Rarity, Fluttershy, basically all the main 6 except for Rainbow Dash. I haven't heard anything on Rainbow Dash yet.
Technically, that was correct, because at the beginning of the movie.
But Twilight is apparently going to be an Earth Pony, Fluttershy is supposed to be a unicorn, Applejack's supposed to be the total polar opposite of what she was in G4, like a city pony. Rarity, I believe, is supposed to be an Earth Pony, if I'm not mistaken. And Pinkie Pie is supposed to be an Earth Pony too. Like I said, it's still in pieces, so we don't really know if this is legit or not.
Up in the air.
So until G5 comes out and we actually do see what it is, this is going to be quite skeptical, and I know people are not happy about it, but you gotta realize this show has had an excellent run. Most shows don't last past 5 seasons, 4 at the most. Like, I thought that My Little Pony could only get so good after season 4 when, you know, that Twilight versus Turek battle, that was fucking amazing. But
only in movie theaters March 10th.
Buffalo Wild.
Come on, you stupid ad.
I was shocked that they actually went forward. I'm kind of glad they did, because it was a successful show, and I know it's a fantastic show. What can I say? Even though season 6 was the most weak, but in all respect, I will welcome G5 with open hands or open hooves. I will give it a fair chance, and if it impresses me, it impresses me. If it doesn't, well, I have G4 to return to. G4 is always going to be my home. It's going to be the place where I started, where I will always remember the most. So if you guys see, let's say like G5's in like its 2nd season and I do like a reading of like a G4 based story, that is because I have a secret spot for G4, and there's nothing you can do to stop that. I mean, that's where I started. I mean, I'm friends with my friend Thomas. He started in G3. So, yeah. We know how I feel about G3. Yeah. So, before this video gets any longer, I just want to say, guys, I'm not going anywhere, but I'm not upset that G4 is ending. I knew it was going to end, like, ever since before Season 8 began, there was confirmation that supposedly Season 9 was the end. And today, we got the ultimate confirmation. With this movie coming out, I don't know what it is, and we'll keep updated on that, hopefully, and see what it is. I'm guessing it's probably going to be a way of them saying goodbye as G4 ends. But I don't know. We will see. But I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying right where I am. And I'm going to keep making content for you guys, and I'm going to keep being as strong as I can, as strong-willed as I can, and I ask that you guys do the same. Because just because G4 is ending doesn't mean My Little Pony is ending. We've got G5, we've got the movie, we've still got Equestria Girls if you're an Equestria Girls fan. That is all still there. Don't think that just because G4 is ending, it's over. It's not over. There's plenty of open opportunities. If anything, this is an opportunity. It's a new opportunity for new content creators, new artists, new animators, new everything to come into play. G4's had its run. Let some new people come into something new, like we did when we saw G4 for the first time. So that's my personal thoughts. I'm ready to see something new, because I'm seeing a lot of repetition in G4, and that's the sad part of it. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope that you guys don't think that My Little Pony is ending, because it's not. We've got plenty more to come, and Hasbro has assured us of that. So, thank you guys for watching. Stay positive, and just don't be depressed about this. This is something that needs to be done. All good things must come to an end. So I hope you guys enjoyed this little video, and I hope to see you guys soon. And happy horrors until then, and make sure to take care.
There you go. That's all my thoughts on G4 ending. Okay, so that's uploaded. I don't need to worry about this anymore. Okay, so that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, you didn't miss much. It's a lot of the same stuff over and over again. Like, I tend to do that a lot when I'm talking open-minded. I really want to redo this cover right here because it sounds horrible. I won't lie, it sounds horrible. This is also when I still struggle with chugs. Yes, I was recorded onto the view cards. Like, yeah, I can play that song so much better now. And I can actually play, I believe, the whole solo.
Dungeon Alchemist is an AI-powered map-making application that allows you to make amazing maps in just a few clicks. You can then easily print these maps and use them in your role-playing games. Or you can import them into your favorite VTT with walls and lights configured for you. Here's how it works. First, choose a terrain for your map. Then, pick a theme.
Everything, but this is the life I choose.
Anyways, I forget I'm on mark. Oh, is this how I do this?
Yes? Why?
Just mute my microphone so that Mark don't hear. Just that. Okay, I'm in drop A, right? Yeah, I am. Why am I so low? But yeah, like I know a lot of his songs now. Stop. Like what's the one that's always in drop A? Oh, Destabilize. You don't like that? Is this what I really am? The only other one that I know in drop it, well, I personally prefer the, what's the one, why can't I think of what that one's name is? Frailty. God, I could not think of the name of that one. I like the drop A version of that one better. Another one. I thought this one was okay. The old Phantoms one was actually okay. I think I play one part wrong. Just one part.
Showing up on the first page of Google might not be the best for everyone. But for business owners, it is. Like
I care. No. Let me get back up to C. Pray that a string doesn't break on me. Bless you. Yeah, it's like... But yeah, that... Something like that. Then the lead part, or not lead part, the rhythm part. Something like that. First part. Something like that. Then the chorus. Look back at the road. Is it better than when you think? You made things fall for a second. Still never saw nothing. I see them drift by at the edge of my memory. The years are wild on the faces all around and it is all around. Something like that. Then there's Fight This War. Can I play that right now? Do I have the bottom string correct? Yeah. It's like that. Except that last part I add in myself. Sort of additional track off of it. Oh, Better Tomorrow. I remember I did that one too. I did a solo to that one as well, didn't I? How'd I do that? How did I do? Something like that. That's my answer to everything. Something like that. How did I do that? Nope. Something like that. There's a lot of Prince Whatever stuff in the key of C, or not key of C, the tuning of C. What's the fun one? Oh. The Fluttershy one. Fuck it. I just worked. I need relief.
Not letting go, that's it. Not letting go. I don't know what I'm doing. Hopefully that's not anything that's close to being copyrighted.
Oh, fuck's sake, more reinforcements. Oh my god. What's going on?
Oh shit.
Now is our time.
Let's get to work.
Take it up another level.
That's more like it!
You may be able to hear. Ah, shit. I can't remember. Fuck. I don't know, my brain's dead. What the hell was that all about?
Okay. We'll never know. Something like that. I don't know. I don't know. Remember me. Solidarity. I have not played that one in forever. That's the right tuning. Definitely no. Just simple pentatonic stuff. Dork. Yeah, I haven't played Solidarity in forever. How's it go? Then the lead part. It's just a weird way that the chords go, because the chords he normally uses are like, you know, like those kinds of chords, but this one has all sorts of different chord structures, so you can tell it was for something special. Okay, so it is in tune. What's one that I know very well? I don't know, I can't play tonight. For some stupid reason. I want to try to learn that one. I'd have to figure out what it's actually in first.
Buffalo Wild Wings has deals on deals on deals. The buy one get one half off Wing Tuesdays, buy one get one free boneless Thursdays, and wing bundles from $9.99.
Okay, hush. That's in a different tuning. Oh, I think it's in drop D. It's something like that. I don't know, I cannot. Oh. I don't know. That one I was learning. Fan the Flame. Played it well. Pick won't stay in my hand. Something like that. I don't know, I can't play it tonight for some reason. Alright. Well, that was fun for a minute, but, oh man, I'm exhausted. Okay, Cord, which way are you going? It's the right way, otherwise it just gets tangled. Alright guys, I'm gonna call it. I'm tired, hungry, I need something to eat, and I just need to relax for the night. Thank you guys for tuning in, and again, I'll get some content out as soon as I get stuff that I need. So, I hope you all had a great time watching and just learning things and seeing me rage and all sorts of stuff. So, I'm just gonna wait for it to load first. So, thank you guys for watching. Expect content hopefully soon, and I'll see y'all later. Happy hours until next time.